Can chat. Hey, what's up, AJ? Yeah, dude, I don't know what was going on originally last time. I don't know what, like, I don't know if you were just typing a bunch of banned words or what. What up, chat? All right. Just trying to get a couple things up on stream. Hey, how's it going, Nick? Yeah, I'm good. How about you? Just kind of getting stuff together for this project. It'd be funny to kind of print it, but I'm also like, oh my god, I just don't want to deal with the headache that would come with all that. Right, let's see what's up. Yo, everyone. All right, so if I remember right, let me see here. We're gonna be making them full casters with 3 attacks, right? Yeah, of course. It's what you have to be relevant in D&D 5e anymore. Artificer stuff? Yeah, basically it's like this. I kind of saw what was going on in the Unearthed Arcana, and I was just like, look, here's my deal. Like, every once in a while something will just strike me like, yeah, alright, look, I think I could come up with an idea for how you could do this a little bit better. My thing is like this. Whenever I see like official material that's getting published from from Wizards of the Coast, inevitably if I cover it on the channel, it always starts a discussion in the community one way or another. And what I kind of like to do is like have something in my back pocket where like if I give something a critique and my critique comes down to like this doesn't feel great because of XYZ thing, I try to show off like how not only I think that they should do it, but how I think it could be improved. And that's kind of like where I'm at with this as a concept. Is I'm kind of just doing this as a proof of like I think that this could be. Wait. Now it's chatting with your alt account while you're logged into your main? Weird. I have no idea, dude. That is... I would check to see... Like... the other time it was... the other time that this happened, it was because there was, like, a weird outage going on, like, globally. Dude, I have no idea. There's nothing I have said over on this side. Like... Yeah. So basically it's like this. If I've covered something and I'm seeing that like, look, the direction that this game is going just doesn't feel like they really have a hold on the system. That's a claim that like, I think some people could take as, I think some people could take it like this. That sounds like it could be a personal attack, and it's not. It's saying that, like, I don't really think that the design team is, for me to say that I don't think the design team is really, like, up to snuff right now. I, like, anyone that's making a product that they expect you to buy, I would hope that people view that as critique of a product, right? If they're not able to make that thing, I'm not gonna really just, like, pull a punch because somebody is at the receiving end of that criticism, right? Now, I'm not going to make it a personal attack on their character or anything like that, but whenever we're talking about work, that you should be able to separate that professionally from personally, right? At least that's my thought. So if that's, yeah. So whenever I make, here we go. Whenever I do a video, and I'm trying to adjust this real quick. Whenever I do a video, and I'm kind of talking about how I see that there may be an issue with 1 or 2 things that come up in the design, it is never me trying to take out something personally on anybody in the team. This is, if I have a critique, I try to show how I think that it could be done better. And if at the end of the day that pulls somebody away from 5e, that's whatever. That's not really my job, I don't think. I'm not trying to convince people of that. It's more so that I just don't really think that what they're doing right now is interesting or innovative, and I don't think it's really pushing the system forward. So if I say something, I like to try and back it up with proof of how I like. Anytime I'm delivering critique, I try to give an idea as to how you could move it in a direction that I think would be a better means, right? Now, if you see what I do and agree that this would be a better thing or whatever, so most often this is going to draw people in to like see things my way, right? In part, this is kind of a way that I can convince people like, hey, if you see things my way, I think that we could have more fun with these games. I don't think that what they're making right now is fun, and that's the most like detrimental thing. Like, to me, I think that the experience that they are delivering with this D&D 2024 is actually less fun than D&D 5e. And D&D 5e, I even think, has its own hurdles. So, like, yeah, it's kind of where I'm at. I hope that kind of makes sense. It's not like me making this in order to say, like, aha, Wizards, I can do it better. It's more so me making this because I'm like, I don't really think that the design team really knows what fun is right now. Like, that sounds... I don't know. I don't think that they really know the core of like what makes the game fun to people right now. And yeah, it's already kind of proven positive with like some of the stuff that's been printed in the game that I don't think that they really have a good grasp of the system right now, which is wild to see. But like, I don't really think that it's quote unquote like the design team necessarily that's 100% at fault with this. A lot of this is definitely C-suites that are pushing, they're trying to push for more crunch to hit deadlines or whatever. Self-imposed deadlines, I'll add, you know? And like, maybe the design team could be more competent if they were given more time to do a thing, right? A design team's competency is not always on the talent of the designers. Sometimes it is down to the crunch that they are put under, right? You have a very strong feeling that we're going to see a D&D 24.5 situation, like with 3rd edition turning to a 3.5 so quickly. Dude, I am like... After playing it now and seeing that basically all of the issues that I had originally with D&D 5th edition are kind of exacerbated at this point, okay, here's what I'll say. The biggest enemy right now, I guess the biggest enemy, I don't want to say it like that. The biggest threat to D&D 5e at this point is going to be the optics of whatever influencers are talking about. And I'm going to say straight up, a lot of influencers are moving over to OSR systems or Shadowdark. There are a not insignificant amount of people, and I'm talking about in the 50,000 plus sub range, who are basically committing themselves to making content for OSR systems coming up in 2025. Like, I mean, Bob Worldbuilder already did this with DCC and Shadowdark and showed the success that can happen with Shadowdark-like projects, right? There are Shadowdark Kickstarters that are making just as much money as a lot of 5th edition projects. I think that there is a thriving third-party scene going on for Shadowdark. There's a thriving third-party scene going on for Merkborg. I think that it is pretty fair to say that the future of TTRPG is probably going in the rules light direction. Yeah, it's the strongest tide of rules light that I've ever seen. Yeah. Yep. I think that this is coming up here in 2025. I think we are finally going to see the big tide of push against complicated systems like 5th edition and Pathfinder and that people are most likely going to be moving towards rules light systems. As the maker of a rules light system, I'm pretty happy about that. But yeah, I definitely see, at the very least, people are going to start moving towards Shadowdark. Shadowdark definitely has the biggest public visibility right now, and the position I would hate to be in would be to be in the position of Critical Role, at least Darrington Press, to be in MCDM's position, or to be in Cobalt Press's position, or Wizards of the Coast. I just think that there's an exposure and an eye that will be put on rules light systems coming up this next year at the very least. That means that the future of TTRPGs, at least for what I will say is the next few couple years, may very well be in system neutral content, in rules light content. You know, you're leaning into it hard. Your RPG I would like to write for Shadowdark. Oh yeah, like I plan on like trying to talk with Kelsey about like, hey, what, like, if you got any kind of position, let me know, because I think she really hit something special with Shadowdark. You know, for me personally, it's not like, for me, here's my deal. If I were to like give everything like 5-point ratings, right? Let's say scale of 1 to 5. Where is like my perfect system going to be, right? I'm trying to make Vagabond my 5 out of 5, you know, but if I'm to say like D&D 5th edition is like a 2-star, okay? 2 out of 5, right? If I look at like Pathfinder's like a 1 out of 5 for me. Not to say that it's a bad game, that if you like Pathfinder, you're a bad person, or you have shitty opinions or anything. This is a personal preference thing, so please don't take any of this personal. I always see Pathfinder fans that get really pissed off whenever I mention this. I'm just saying, it's not my bag, and it's okay for it not to be my bag, you know? I don't like to gamble, but whenever people go and play slot machines or what the hell ever, I'm not knocking them for, like, you know, you do you. If that's the way that you have, I mean, you do you. But for me, it's not my thing. I don't like watching baseball. So baseball fans, I don't see them getting into my comment sections getting mad at me for not liking baseball, right? So Pathfinder is just not really the system for me. I think that in Pathfinder and 5th edition, just in general, the damage structures are so cartoonishly overblown that I just get lost in the sauce of it, and I don't really care for the kind of experiences that they're trying to provide that I feel like are just generally less fun to run. It's my opinion, right? Now, moving on from there, Merkborg. I think Merkborg is like so close to my 4 out of 5. I think it's like a 3.5 out of 5. I love so much about what's happening with Merkborg. I like how intense, fun the combat feels. I'm very, very, very close to, had I... there were a couple other quirks with Merkborg that made me just kind of feel like it's not the perfect thing for me, right? Once for stream Pathfinder warning already. Yeah, I know, right? The way that we get traumatized about that with, yeah, from Pathfinder Zealots. So, Merkborg is super close. Intense action, a lot of fun. I love the rules like mentality. I can make content for it, and I can make more content for it because it doesn't require having to consider all this different shit that you have to play test into it not being fun. Whenever I make a piece of content for something like 5th edition or what the hell ever, there's a certain point that I get to it where I get exhausted with trying to make the content. And that's because I was going to say this in a video, kind of talking about stuff with Shadowdark, but basically it comes down to this. TTRPGs should be a fun experience. And as a designer, I feel like whenever I'm making a piece of content for 5th edition, I'm trying to make a jet plane. Whenever I feel like I'm making a piece of content for Shadowdark or Merkborg, I feel like I'm building a bicycle, right? And here's the deal. The fun thing for me is going to the store, like riding my, like going down a couple miles to go to the store. Why do I need to take a plane whenever the bicycle is probably the better tool to do that, right? Just because something is more complex doesn't mean it's the better tool 9 times out of 10, right? And most often, at least in this hobby, I tend to think that most TTRPG experiences that I really like doing are just going to the store. I don't really find that what I don't even really know what my quote unquote like going across the world or whatever would be in order to get the plane, but I just don't really feel like, yeah, it's a go-kart with no brakes. I feel like too often this overly complicated machine that is something like Pathfinder or 5th edition tends to break more often whenever you're designing for it, because there's so many niche situations of like, you know, there's so many of these little interactions that you have to account for that aren't always super present. And like, whenever I make something for 5th edition, it gets unreal scrutiny that like has zero actual criticism. But whenever I make something for like Shadowdark or Murkboard, people are like, oh, okay, this is interesting. What's going on here? I like the vibe so much more. It's so much easier to write for. And that's not necessarily meaning that like the stuff is less of a product because it's easier to write for. It's literally a matter of preference. And for me, the preference is more so in rules light, build bikes, not planes, right? Besides Vagabond, what I think is the best TTRPG on the market? Yo, it's Tanya. Hey, what's up? If I had not been writing, here's my thing. I tried to make Vagabond the TTRPG I wanted to make, right? If I were not currently making Vagabond, if I had not already made this system, right? I would say that I think the strongest TTRPG on the market that I think is going to have the longest lasting and probably most healthy third-party scene for publishers is probably Shadowdark. I'm just being real. Kelsey hit some real magic with this system. It's really hard to kind of summarize all of my thoughts on it, but it's way easier to write for. It is way less, how do I put it? It's way more accepting of third-party stuff. The customizability goes beyond the kind of world you would want to build or whatever, and it legit goes into, it's a more fun system to write for. To me. Now, again, this is for me, you know. People like to assume that I'm making absolute statements or whatever. I feel legitimately like the best product currently out on the market that has been published, in terms of like what system to write for, probably Shadowdark. Being real here. Murkborg leans in very hard on a specific type of vibe and setting that I don't think everybody gels with, right? Shadowdark does a bit, but in like all in all, it is essentially just pulp fantasy dungeon crawler, right? It leans in a lot more in being dungeon crawler than necessarily pulp fantasy. Vagabond is more of a wait, why do you keep calling it Vagabond? It's Vagabond. Vagabond is more about action, whereas Shadowdark is more about what I think is kind of grittier dungeon crawl, right? Yeah, Shadowdark is a vibe that invites me like a moth to a lamp. Yeah. Of everything that I currently see out there, I think that Shadowdark is the one with the kind of ethos to content creation that I like a lot more. I really enjoy the way that like content is just easier to present itself to people. I hate, but like I say I hate, I strongly dislike, there we go, big giant megatomes of like 600 pages or whatever. More often than not, if I pick up an adventure path like this right here, okay, this is supposed to be like an entire campaign book, like right in here. That would be really, really cool. But the problem is, this is just, this does not do a good job of presenting itself in a really easily readable way. Wizards of the Coast is terrible about the way that they organize their books. It's, I don't know how else to put it. I was originally going to get in on that in my Curse of Strahd video, but I just got to a point where I realized like the book or the video almost felt like a teardown of Wizards of the Coast's entire product line, and I was just like, God damn it, I'm exhausted with talking about Wizards of the Coast. So like I decided to, instead of make that video, kind of focus on covering more like stuff I was excited for. But I will basically say that I don't really think that Wizards of the Coast, like if they're running this stuff up there, I don't really think that they're running their stuff to see how good the book is. I think they're running it to like, okay, we have this stuff that fills up a book. We have this content that fills up a book as per the page quota we need. But do they really think that their books are more practical? I don't think so. I don't think Wizards of the Coast believes their own hype. It's kind of where I'm at with that. What are the last 5 TTRPGs you played? You don't have to count the charity stream. Well, I mean, so Shadowdark. I played. I ran actually 2 Vaesen games here recently. Played versus run. So running wise, ran Vaesen recently. I have been trying to get Eat the Reich run ever since before Halloween, and nothing's really been able to come together for that. What's the last WotC product you like with your current standards? Damn. I think Cheese from the Golden Vault was going in a good direction. Like, they started really trying to simplify the way that they write room text. Their area descriptions and everything like that were, like, actually kind of going in the direction of recognizing the difference between room elements and room descriptions. Vaesen, Vaesen. Or Vaesen. It all depends on who you ask, I guess. Here. Oh. Shit, are we still up? Are we still good? Restream seems to have shit the bed. There you go. That's the game I was talking about. I'll totally join you for a game, Taron, just let you know. Yeah, I'm going to be trying to run stuff more frequently. I also have a couple different ideas for stuff that I'd like to get running soon. I have just not really had the free time to do it, but yes, I'll definitely hit you up, AJ. I'm going to be trying to run a bit of the Dungeon Crawl Classic stuff with like some old school rule sets. I want to get a vibe for the way that they kind of write, and I've read a bunch of their dungeons, and DCC just has this like goofy ass vibe I really dig. Really like DCC Adventures, and I would like to kind of absorb a bit of that, a bit of their ethos before I start writing a bit more. I have basically like all the OSE stuff that they published so far memorized at this point. Okay, so we haven't really gotten in on this yet. We need to get in on this, but yeah. Let me get this over here. So I don't know right now if... Are we good? Shadowdark. Okay, there we go. Shadowdark, Vaesen, Eat the Reich, Vagabond. What else? You're making me think. I read through the rule set for Triangle Agency. I've highlighted it. I have probably read through this book. Oh, I've got it in there on the kitchen table. I've read through it, haven't run it yet, but from what I've seen, I really think the Triangle Agency is doing something fun and different, but I would not call Triangle Agency a rules light system. I actually think the Triangle Agency is a bit too narrative heavy for me, but at the end of the day, I like the world that it is set better for like SCP Foundation style games than any other attempt I've really seen so far. I play Rune every once in a while, just kind of like as a fun aside from things. God, I feel like I read so many of these things and I really hardly run a whole lot of it. God, yeah, I'm trying to think of what the last thing I really ran was. Yeah, I don't know. I think it would probably before then you'd probably be getting into like what I was doing last year, but now. Okay. So I'm trying to remember the kind of vibe that we had going with it. We had right, resourceful arcana. As a magic action, you can conjure a set of tools that you're proficient with or create items worth 1 gold point or less. They appear either in your hands or in an unoccupied space within... Yeah, an item. Right, an item. Yes. Okay. Right, correct? Okay, I'm just trying to go through and read this like for an editing thing as well. The tools last until you create other tools this way. Items you create this way vanish after 1 hour or until you create another item with this feature. Either can be dismissed early. No action. Okay. I'm trying to kind of think about loops. If there's anything that lets you do this and do it more than what this is trying to say you can do. I don't think there is. You can make more than one item with it. Do the right. Keep swapping that out. They vanish after 1 hour. I'm trying to think if there's not a reason why I can't make that shorter and do 10 minutes instead. Ooh. Hold up. Oh, shit. Grill House just sent me an update on the cover. All right, hang on. Okay. I gotta actually see this on the computer screen. Dude, that's so weird. Why is Restream acting like this? Alright. Is it just me, or has the internet in general been working less well in the last 48 hours? Okay, color blocking. So... Oh, sick. Alright. Okay, chat. Okay. God, I love the fucking sick dragon like that. Oh yeah, we got a little bit of bust going on with it. Okay. I really dig... Okay, so there's the bleed. Alright. Yeah, I've got a... Oh, this is dope. I can already see how this is going to kind of fall into place. I'm trying to think. So branding-wise... I think we would probably need to move these guys up a bit. We don't want to cover up the dragon. Probably move them up a bit. God, I'm trying to think here. You never read it? What's Shadowdark's theme? I mean, it tries to lean in as much on the like grim dungeon crawler vibe as it kind of possibly can. You love the depth of field? Yeah, I know, right? I dig this one so much. Okay. So once I kind of see what the background looks like, I think I'm gonna have the feel for it. Yeah, I need to talk with him about what we're kind of looking at, what the color blocking really means, right? I want to make sure that we're like totally clear on that. But yeah, I really dig the direction that that's going in right now. Okay, so Shadowdark's theme is, I mean, you're just, it's a dungeon crawler rule set. But here's the deal. D&D, after about 3.5, I would say this. There was a big change in the voice of D&D whenever 3rd edition came out, okay? Whenever D&D was in the hands of TSR, think about it like this. TSR made D&D more of a vibe of dungeon crawling danger, get loot, kill shit, like, you know, that was like that's more of the old school vibe. Whenever Wizards of the Coast got their hands on it, it became more of a like build a fantasy superhero to go up against these like quote unquote huge fantasy epics, right? The shift was away from the idea of the world is dangerous into your character is capable of doing just these crazy epic things. I don't know if it was like maybe anime that had an influence there or kind of what. I mean, the guy who's like the historian on it is like here in chat, you know. I mean, AJ's, you know, the mighty glue stick. I feel like whenever it was in the hands of TSR, the vibe was more so that D&D was a way for you to make a fantasy hero and go up and fight monsters in dangerous locations, buy loot, you know, go up, fight dragons, do whatever, right? But then whenever it got into the hands of Wizards of the Coast, they blew out the power scale, number one. 3rd edition characters are dramatically stronger than what we had with D&D in the hands of TSR. And to me personally, I don't think that those characters are fun anymore. I did at one point, and I've kind of lost my taste for it because I just don't really take it seriously anymore. It's just not where my fun is at. I understand that other people have fun with that. Again, like, hey, a lot of people love Marvel movies. It's not really my vibe, right? So everybody has their own fun. I'm not here to yuck your yums. It's just, this is just kind of my vibe. And I think Shadowdark pulls it back into that 2nd edition, you know, BX, BECME mindset. Now, there's other games that do this too. You know, the OSR is a thing. But I think what Shadowdark does is it doesn't just present itself as another copy of the BX rule set. A lot of stuff like Old School Essentials or Lamentations of the Flame Princess, these are more rooted in just basic expert, like basic expert trying to reprint that within the bounds of the OGL, right? Trying to like maybe make cleanups on it, improve the layout, things, whatever, you know. In general, though, the vibe was more about how do I put it? It feels so often like in trying to force a almost Mass Effect like social wheel, right? That like reinforcing the social elements of the role-playing game kind of turned this into a video game simulator rather than video games being simulators of a D&D experience, right? And that's what I think D&D in the hands of Wizards of the Coast eventually led into, was D&D was trying to become a video game simulator rather than be the thing that video games really wanted to try to emulate. And it turns out, the crazy thing is, 5th edition, as a video game engine, works really well. Because there's so many things that the system is able to tack on that are tracked by the computer, not the GM, not the players, right? After running more of the old school games, I never want to run 5e again. I never do. I actually started up a start playing campaign. It was supposed to be starting in Sunless Citadel. That like we got through 3 sessions, and inevitably it got hit with the same issues of scheduling conflicts, and me as somebody trying to prep something for 5th edition, running into constant schedule conflicts, running into constant whatever issues, me just not really wanting to run the system, but I was doing it because it seems like people wanted to play it with me running it, and whatever. I finally had to call it quits. I just felt so bored running that system and yet stressed out at the same time, and I felt like the game was not moving forward, and I eventually called it quits. Whenever I started, immediately as soon as I pulled up some OSE stuff, I got excited about GMing again. I legitimately felt like I had just hit a point where I was completely burnt out on ever game mastering. And then I started trying to think about that through the scope of old school, like, TSR or what the hell ever. And immediately my love for running games again came back. So I like the prep work again. I like the world building again, because I wasn't paranoid from 5e brain rot about how I needed to prep for like this contingency over here. What happens if this happens over here? XYZ thing. 5e is naturally trying to push you into over prep work. Whereas stuff with OSE is like, what is it? Okay, there's 2d6 goblins in here, and they are currently angry at each other, arguing about who's going to eat this chicken they just caught. There you go. It's like, it's so much more of a release to go over into the old school stuff, because like it tries to handle more of the load of running the game for you, rather than putting the pressure on you to run the perfect game that they have set out with these mechanics that are otherwise a little bit like jank. But yeah, so I think at the end of the day, that's kind of where I'm at with that. My thoughts on like running anything modern. If like, and here's the deal: if I got hired, like, I'll put up a hypothetical, right? Let's say tomorrow I get a call from Wizards of the Coast, and they want me to come in as a game designer. One of the first things I'm going to tell them is like, I need to know that like you all are looking at actually improving the game, and not just continuing to build off the chassis that you built for D&D 2024. I need to know that you guys are like looking at actually moving this thing forward in an interesting way, and not just rehashing content that you've been rehashing for the last 10 years. Like, they've hit this cash cow with D&D, and I think that like with 5th edition, and the fact that the first things that they announced for the game were 5th edition ports of TSR works kind of tells me where their mindset's at. It's not an original new adventure, right? This is basically they're trying to bring up a bunch of the old school stuff into their new system. It's not creative work, it's rehashing work. That's what this whole update was like rehashing work that they've already put out there. I don't know how many times they're going to get people to continue to buy the same thing that they've already bought. But that's basically where I kind of see Wizards of the Coast at right now. What are your thoughts about Deficient Masters, a video on how to build a room as a game master? Wait, what? Let me see. How long is the video? By the way, me and Deficient Master like basically agree in lockstep on pretty much everything. Damn. Wow, the D&D but actually Monopoly video is looking like it's going to be his first million viewed video. Fucking wow. Congrats, Deficient. More of the general descriptions instead of a wall of text. Yeah, no, that's... I mean, if you look at my adventures, here. I'll show you. Here's the way I write adventures. I think anything other than this is just exhaustive and unnecessary. Also, the teaser that Transformers is coming to D&D is weird to me. What? 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 Galleypot. Did they make an announcement like that? I have not been plugged in for the last couple days. I've been not feeling super great. Here, this is the way that I write. By the way, this is my port. It's a system neutral port of White Plume Mountain. So those of you that have ever been in this thing, this is probably going to look familiar if you've ever run it, whatever. White Plume Mountain is painfully overwritten, and I went through and tried to reduce the word count and make this an easier experience for GMs to run using the kind of system that I developed with Vagabond for writing area names. Okay, so with this, what you're going to see is a general overview of the different room elements, right? Miscellaneous, this is just like, this is definitely a part of the room, but like, heads up, like, this probably isn't mechanically super important. Vision, this is like darkness, whatever. Hazards, traps, difficult terrain, etc. Magic effects, whatever. Encounters, whatever monsters you're going to see. Items that are in here. Transitions, this is just referring to whenever they go from one room to another. And then secrets that they might be able to reveal right here. Not every room is going to have all of these, right? And there's some general descriptive text up here, but this needs to stay very light and only mention the stuff that will be mentioned as an element down here. Where can you get this? Land of the Blind storefront. Now, moving forward, let's talk about this. Originally, this whole area right here for the #1 like entry, you can see this adventure in Tales from the Yawning Portal. Okay. But this is talking about, like, it gives you this whole description, spiral staircase, yada, yada, yada. It gives you, like, this big read-aloud text right here. And instead, what I like to do is paraphrase it. I like to give people a bit more context for what all is going on, not like, let me read this entire blog post about what's in the room, right? Read-aloud text, I think, needs to go the way of the dinosaur. And we need to get people more acclimated to just paraphrasing, okay? But as you'll see here, what I write in the descriptive text is spiral stairs leading to a flooded, muck-covered corridor. Muck is in this bold orange because that means that it's going to have a room element thing, right? Muck-covered corridor. The hallway leading further is illuminated by bioluminescent algae. There's an intersection, and because it's an interactive PDF, I click it, and it takes me to that page. Thank you, Johan Noor, for... I think Johan was the first guy I saw doing this, but if someone else came up with it first, I don't know, get mad at me in the comments. But a force field prevents from moving into the intersection from the south, and a sphinx stands on the other side. And, the intersection branches in 3 directions, as you can see right here. Boom, 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 right? Muck, and the description for what this is over on page 4, which is just 1 foot deep swamp-like muddy waters, covers the floors in areas 1 to 4, 7, yada, yada, yada. The effort required to touch through the muck is causes it to be difficult terrain, right? Moving forward from there, there's a pit, eventually further on down on this branch. The force field, right here, as it's keyed in, magically prevents movement into the intersection, but the Sphinx, and here's its reaction right there. In the intersection, if its riddle is answered, it becomes indifferent to the party, drops the force field, and moves to the south. Otherwise, it attacks. Here's the stat block for it right here. Not further off into the book, not in a different book or what the hell ever. It's right here on the same page. The riddle right here on the same page. If they go to the northeast, you'll see there is a patch of green slime, which is why that stat block is right here, right? Moving forward from there, here's another room. Very short description. Everything that they would basically have to know in order to engage with the elements of the room is given to you right here. But it's encouraging you to paraphrase that. If you want to read this aloud, you can. But, you know, I try really hard to focus on the accessibility and sight readability of this and usability rather than, like, I don't know. I don't really know the reason why Wizards of the Coast makes their books the way that they do. I think it could be better. We know it could be better. because we've seen other people make vastly improved adventures, but we don't really know why Wizards of the Coast refuses to like catch up. Prepping a D&D 5e adventure is a fucking nightmare because it is so poorly organized, right? The answer to the riddle is the answer to the riddle a map? No. Oh shit. I guess Hide by day, guide by night. Wish fallen, traveler's dream. Wish fallen, star. You know. Originally it was a moon. Do you think your dislike of crunchy systems comes from a dungeon master perspective? Yeah. Oh yeah, but also from a player perspective as well. People that want like a lot of customization and everything, here's the deal. I'm gonna say this: systems that allow for like all this crazy customization, where like your features don't even fit on the same page as like your stats and everything, that's all an illusion. Okay, most of the stuff that they're giving you like that is just you're not gonna really use a whole lot, or it involves so much tracking to make sure that you don't break the game in half that it just becomes a headache to really do and play. People are not people, and again, this is my opinion. Everything I say on here is my opinion, right? So like, I try to focus on usability and accessibility, and I don't really feel like any of the modern systems that are coming out, like 5th edition, really have a focus on accessibility. I think even in some ways, like Daggerheart is trying to make the same kind of epic hero fantasy that hurts its accessibility more than if it had been an OSR game. Legit. I think that Daggerheart, if it had been like this 2D12 OSR game, would have made a lot more people go like, oh, okay, what's up here? You know, if they wanted to do their different resolution mechanic and all that stuff, sure. They also would have made less work for themselves. I don't know how Daggerheart's going to get perceived. I don't know. But I wouldn't really want to be on a team right now that is dropping one of the more complicated systems like that. Actually, of anything I've seen that is more modern, that I do feel is pushing some barriers here, I guess is what I'd say, is I think the Cosmere RPG is actually bringing some new stuff to the table that I think will be interesting to see in play. It is definitely inspired by games like Shadow of the Demon Lord, but I think it's doing enough interesting, innovative stuff on the model that the Cosmere RPG is probably going to have some legs as its own independent standalone thing. I guess as a disclaimer, I have buddies that worked on it. There you go, right? But I have buddies that have also worked on a litany of other games that are out there in the market right now. What does OSR game mean exactly? This is a debated thing, okay? But so like my definition of it at least is it's a game that is most likely, at the very least, using Moldvay's Basic Expert as a foundation for its damage structure and possibly its resolution mechanic. Okay? So, like, this book, to me at least, if I'm thinking about old school Renaissance, I'm thinking about this book right here. Okay? So people are taking the work that was established here and then trying to, like, key that out into their own other system. If you say old school revival, I think that that's people that are legitimately just playing BECME, AD&D, like 2nd edition, yada yada yada, right? I think that they're playing TSR games. That's old school revival. But old school Renaissance is where I think people are starting from the basic expert position and making their own titles with it, right? So this is where, like, Knave, oh god, Into the Odd. I've got Merkborg over here too. I think stuff is going to start spilling out if I don't clean this up. Hang on. Merkborg, Osric, yeah. It's So OSR can mean a couple different things, and the thing is, you get people who are really impassioned about trying to make it the very specific thing they mean it to mean. And like, this is probably the most nerdy ass like debate I have ever seen in any space whatsoever. Now, in all reality, whenever it comes down to it, it has two different definitions. And if someone gets really mad that it has that, like, oh no, only one of these definitions can exist, look, words only mean as much weight as people give them. Okay, so like, we seem to have come up with two different definitions, or at least there is an understanding of it as two different things. If something needs to come up with a different like definition for what it means to be playing Knave or whatever, I've heard like new SR, I've heard like bro SR, I've heard like a million whatever. What it's called really doesn't mean jack shit to me at the end of the day. It's where the mindset of the design is like kind of moving forward, right? What does that label mean? And I think, to me, if I'm trying to think about the semantics of it, to me, the most important thing is I want to know where its damage structure and its resolution mechanic come from, right? Now, if they're literally just talking about like, hey, I just want to play old school games, like, okay, then did your old school revival, right? But if you wanted to use like Basic Expert as the foundation for where your game's like damage structure, resolution mechanics, or I don't know, it's something about your game. That, or I've also heard this, some people think a game is OSR if it's just rules light, and I kind of disagree with that. But their argument there is that it's because they're going for Mulvey's idea of simplifying their game. It's rules light, therefore it's OSR. I just disagree with that. You know, yeah. The only way I know how to say that is like, that seems like we just call that a rules light game, and that's not OSR in and of itself. Just because a game doesn't have a really chunky, like high simulationist mindset to it, doesn't mean that it's OSR. You know, OSR stands for old school Renaissance. If you want to just, well, but that's the thing, is like people disagree on what the acronym means. I covered this in a lot more depth over on my video on Shadowdark, if you guys want to go check that out. I think the most important thing, though, is like the OSR does not mean like this right-wing movement in TTRPGs. That was a thing that like a bunch of dipshits were trying to push around in like the TTRPG scene in like 2016 to 2020, all because there were like 2 or 3 people that were like assholes in the scene, right? It's not this right-wing movement in gaming at all. At all. The issue with the rules light systems is they do a terrible job of differentiating characters. For example, when I tried Knave, the strength difference between the strongman and the village elder was 5%. The issue with rules light systems is they do a terrible job of differentiating characters. For example, when I tried Knave, the strength difference between the strongman and the village elder was 5%. I don't really think that they need to have as granular of an expression. Like, I think, here's the deal with that, right? I think if I were to extract that, the way I would address that would be to look at how do modern games try to express a difference there. And if the difference is just bigger numbers, I would like to reduce the numbers overall and like hit a simpler mathematic in order for us to just like play the game and move forward playing the game. If the difference is like, hey, well, the village elder is like a strength of 4 and the strongman is a strength of like 6 or 5, I guess, or whatever, I'm like, okay, cool, I can move on from there. Like, is the game fun? If we're and see, to me, I'm not hung up on exact specifics with the simulation being an absolute realistic model. I'm like, does it work? Is it fun? Is the game gonna click? Right? Because I think you get to a point where you're so burdened down by like, how realistic does everything feel, that like, it's just not incredibly fun to run for me. And this all kind of ties into there's this idea that I've had I wanted to do a video on, but I don't know that I ever will, but you know, whatever. I've only thought about calling this the illusion of immersion. Okay. The illusion of immersion is something that I think people tried to take shots to make more quote-unquote immersive games after about like the 1994-ish era. They tried to focus on making more immersive games, and I think the way that they thought about doing that was by blowing out math to make the simulation seem a bit more granular. And in TTRPGs, I think it kind of hit the limit of what mental load we were all like happy bearing and still having fun doing a thing, right? I know that whenever I run like 5e, after I run like 3 hours of the game, I'm fucking exhausted. It doesn't energize me. And I try to do things that energize me more. I like to have a lot of fun doing something, and I feel like I'm energized after I have fun doing a thing. And with 5e, I don't really feel energized. Whenever I run like an OSR thing, or like, you know, old school essentials or what the hell ever, I actually get the vibe of like, I could go another 5 hours. Absolutely. Yeah, that was a blast. I'd love to keep doing that. But I know, hey, people have got to get to their homes or what the hell ever. We had this time allotted for that. So yeah, I have a blast running old school stuff. I'm exhausted doing any of the like modern system stuff. Yeah, and as far as like, I know that this stemmed from the question of like Deficient Master talking about, you know, what he thinks about writing rooms. Me and Deficient basically are in lockstep on our opinions on like writing adventures and TTRPG content. We talk about this stuff like once or twice a week. Have I ever tried the old Star Wars D6? No, I haven't. You're careless about content being realistic. I want it to feel cohesive. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and to me, I don't get caught up in the ideas of like what is. I don't think with immersion, I think that people tried to make things quote unquote more immersive by making them feel more realistic. And in the result of doing that was a lot of games got blown out with their mechanics, right? And I get exhausted with it. It's not my vibe, but like if it is some people's vibe, I'm not knocking it. It's just for me, it's not my vibe. OSR is like Batman in that it sometimes gets misinterpreted or appropriated as right wing. Like old Roman art statues, fun fact they painted back in the day instead of minimalist white. Superior other people knew absolute Batman actually isn't rich, but agrees it's still Batman. Yeah, look. Here's the thing. A lot of people get really, really worried about, and to be fair, I agree. A lot of people though throw up red flags too quick. They're super paranoid about somebody that's a right winger getting into their space. That they tend to just label a lot of people as Nazis whenever in all reality they just aren't. Okay. We have had actual Nazis in the TTRPG scene. They've been outspoken about it. We don't often have people who are like quote unquote accidental Nazis. That shit is usually pretty blatant. And to think that somebody is hiding a bunch of like, you know, Nazi mirrors or whatever in their content because they really want to hide that they're a Nazi away from you, it's just not, guys, it's just not happening. We've seen people try to like put like Nazi propaganda into TTRPG stuff in the past. This happened with like the new TSR thing with the Star Frontiers deal. And I'm telling you guys, it's usually blatant enough to where it's like, okay, there's no excusing this, right? But like, we have to start trying to believe people and take them at their word. If we go like, hey, look, are you a Nazi? And if they say no, we have to go like, all right, cool. Or like, you know, like, they're called Warhammer fans. We're gonna play with the mechanics. It's all just quickly and easily as possible. Yep. Yep. I think crunch helps when you're less familiar with the genre's tropes. Like, I can run a fantasy game with a D20 easily, but ask me to run sci-fi and I'll benefit from more rules and crunch. I personally just disagree, and I don't really see. Yeah. I don't know that the way to make a game more easily grokkable is to throw more rules on it. It's kind of where I'm at, you know. How do you spell whittle? Whittle. This still means carve wood repeatedly. Okay. I don't know. Want whittle, sure. I love Warhammer and hate Nazis. Hey, right? Yeah, like, and that's the thing, man, is like, we had... People have got to really be conscious of this. I think that there are people who are, like, in the TTRPG scene who will kind of just blanket call people Nazis that really aren't Nazis, and it hurts. Like, this is the boy cried wolf situation. I think we've hit a point now where, like, there's been enough wolf cries that it's starting to actually get the people who, like, they're trying to accuse of doing whatever, it's getting them popularity boosts. You know, like, it's getting them the sympathy. And, like, my suggestion would be for those, like, hey, the best thing to do is, and I mean, I've had to learn this from, like, you know, not being as intense with my content or whatever. The best thing to do is to, like, just move on, and, like, it's just to move on and keep doing your thing, and you keep making stuff, because the constant vigilance or whatever will turn you paranoid and will eventually make you pop off a shot at somebody who doesn't need a shot popped off at them. It's just what has happened. We've seen this happen time and time again now, where, like, totally normal, innocuous dudes who were just slightly different from somebody else get a hit piece, like, thrown at them that did not need to get made. Like, yeah. So I am trying to advocate now, like, here moving forward, like, I'd like a space where it feels like we're chilling the fuck out and playing games more than talking about rando shit about who's playing a game or what the hell ever, right? There's also the issue that some more outspoken and emotional people on the left will call anyone right of center a Nazi, lots of boy crying wolf, and it diminishes their credibility. Yup. Like, man, I've had 3 different instances of people trying to, like, say that about me in this scene. Like, that apparently I'm homophobic, or, like, I'm transphobic, or I'm racist, or what the hell ever. And it's shot a lot of people's credibility. You know, like, it's that, like, people saw, hey, this gets me attention on Twitter. They'd start saying some shit. And now what this has turned into is, basically, if there's people who start trying to say some shit about me, I have built up enough cred that somebody's going to go over and ping that person and be like, hey, dude, look, you got to decide whether or not you just don't like this dude, and if that's the case, just move on and don't post about his content or whatever, but stop harassing the motherfucker. You know, this has been constant, where I have seen, like, one of the guys that I've luckily met, and because I trusted in him, I was like, all right, I'm just going to see here. One of the guys I met in the last, like, 2 years was Daniel Fox, the creator of Zweihander. And I know, and Daniel knows this, in the past, he's rubbed people the wrong way on social media, right? He'll admit to that. He's the first person who will admit to that. I'll admit that I've done that too, you know? Social media can be a tricky thing. So, like, not everybody's Mr. fucking cool pants McGee, you know? But Daniel's one of the first people that will straight up say, hey, in the past, I acted like an asshole on social media. But there's been people who have taken stuff that was, like, back in 2006 or what the hell ever that he was posting whenever he was like I think maybe 19. Not anything quote unquote like hateful or whatever, just he was online and people were like kind of fuming with each other in forums and shit like that, right? And it's like people use that as like justification for doing things like doxing his family, like posting his address up online and saying that he deserves to get what the hell ever, right? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And like my guideline these days is if I see someone going like, we're just holding them accountable, I immediately look, anybody who's saying that shit, they're trying to justify harassment is what's going on. On the flip side, the TTRPG community is overwhelmingly left. If your values are conservative, not crazy, just right of center, I can easily see it negatively affecting your sales. Like, I mean, but that's the deal though, is like, it's okay, so because someone's more conservative, that means like, someone leans more conservative, that means that they shouldn't be making any money. Okay, I don't know how that isn't like, how is that not just as big of an, like, at this point, here's the deal, that becomes if you have that opinion and it's a political, you got to admit that that's a political opinion, because what you're saying now at that point is, because of this person's political leaning, I am deciding to make it an ethic that I will, I don't think that that person deserves support. If someone's like conservative, like, and we're talking about, what exactly are they conservative on? Are they saying that like they think that all gay people should be locked in internment camps? Okay, well in that case, that person's actually probably leaning in on fascism. That goes beyond conservative, and all conservatives are advocating for locking up gay people. Yeah, there's a difference between conservative and destructive. Yeah. If someone's just saying like, hey, I think we should be probably watching government spending on social programs, then I'm like, oh, okay, well, I think we should be cutting back spending on the military. I'm like, all right, yeah, cool. Like, if someone says like, okay, well, I voted for Trump, I'm like, probably dumb, but like, I'm not out here, I'm not about to be out here saying like, you shouldn't be able to like have a job, you shouldn't be able to like make money. I mean, I've seen some people say that like they think that if you voted in this last election, not even that you voted for Trump, if you voted, that like you should basically be homeless at this point. Like it's insane. I'm just not here for that kind of heat going on. I actually don't think that people should be applauded for that kind of an opinion, just because it's like, haha, yeah, I also don't like those people and the election didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. Nah, dude, like, these are fucking goblin dice games, and like, it's gotten to this point where like the TTRPG landscape is like, if you don't have the right political opinion, or like, let me say this, there's a political opinion of like, here's my thing. Everybody having the right to live and like lead a peaceful life is not a political opinion. It shouldn't be, right? That should just be understood to be, hey, I have the right to like do what I want to with my body. If I'm not hurting anybody else, sweet. Yeah, that's me. That's the baseline. Now, if somebody's starting to actually say something like they think that trans people should be locked up in cages or what the hell ever, at that point, I think this is no longer just a political opinion. This is, this person actually believes in fascism. Like that's no cap. That's just actually a crime against humanity is the way that I put it. Yeah. But I think we've got to stop trying to label everybody who just believes differently than one person or the other we've got to stop labeling all those people as Nazis or what the fuck ever. You know, there are actual fucking Nazis in this scene. Not everybody who just votes more right-leaning or whatever is an actual Nazi. And I will not be hearing out anybody's takes that is trying to fucking convince me otherwise. And if that sounds like me trying to say echo chamber or what the hell ever, it's literally entertaining bigotry for me to do something else. Misanthropy? Misanthropy? Misanthropy. How so? You're not saying it's a good thing that conservative content creators will get short-handed in the TTRPG community. It isn't, but I do think that at this time it is the case. Well, short-changed in the TTRPG, but I do think that at this time it is the case. So like, here's the deal. Here's something else on this. A lot of TTRPG content creators are also very fair weather in how they're going to apply those ethics. And what I mean by that is, okay, there is a very, and I mean very, very, very fucking big person that works in with DriveThruRPG who releases stock art, who is a Trump loyalist, or at least from what I've seen, who has posted up in the past very anti-progressive stuff. But here's the deal. This person and their work makes progressives money. They help to make progressives money. This person, I have never seen anybody try to do a call-out post on, or whatever. I don't think that they really deserve the call-out post or anything. You can disagree with this person and do whatever, right? But this person does not get call-out posts because he helps to make progressives money, and they don't want to hurt that bottom line, right? This is what I mean by fair weather principles on this kind of shit, where like if there's a person who the talent is good enough to where you are relying on their talent for you to make your money or get your bag, you're not going to be biting the hand that feeds at that point, right? Like, at least that's what they say. So I've seen a lot of people that continue to say that, like, yeah, they believe in this, progressive, yada, 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 whatever thing. But then the next product that comes out features this guy's work. And I'm like, okay, well, like, you say that you want to out these whatever, just like, it's, yeah. I just feel like it's gotten a bit ridiculous that we're kind of at the point now where everything is so fucking charged in this community, about like, this person has a differing opinion, so therein, fuck that guy. There's definitely certain situations that I think, yes, it's probably fair to say, like, fuck this person or what the hell ever. But, like, dude, one of the best things you can do is just shut the fuck up. Like, one of the best things that you can do is just keep quiet, keep your head down, and, like, you know, keep moving forward. And, like, keep creating and keep doing whatever. Keep trying to help the things that you want to help out. Because in all reality, the call-out culture that's happened in this scene has fucked it up. Real bad. Yeah. And I'll even say this, like, that's not worth it to say. Nope, never mind. Most of the country doesn't want trans people locked up or whatever, but plenty do. For instance, feel people shouldn't be allowed to transition before the age of maturity. Maturity. Okay, there's some gray there too. No, that's the thing, is that and I don't want this to turn into, like, here's my thing. I'm not trying to turn this like me streaming or whatever here tonight into a discussion on, like, what the actual policies are or what the hell ever regarding gender affirming care, anything like that, right? Regarding all that, I'm just like, there seems to be more of an ongoing discussion rather than we know for 100% sure that this opinion is the right opinion, right? It's not, I don't think it's quite as black and white. And there's some more gray there. IMO, I definitely agree with. Yeah, I kind of wanted to leave it at that. Ideally, you as a creator and a business owner just shouldn't comment on politics ever. Just post about your game or travels or whatever, no politics. Like, here's the deal, though. Like, but what somebody considers to be politics, it varies from person to person. And generally, the only time someone's going to push back against you for something that you post and say that it's political is if what you post disagrees with their politics. Okay? So, like, here's my thing. I think that in general, it's not a problem of the person to say, like, hey, we're supporting this cause or what the hell ever, right? It's more so that the people who are so pissed off that they feel the need to, like, harass or do what the fuck ever, I don't blame the person for saying, like, hey, here's where I'm taking my stance. You know, like, we're going to donate a lot of this to the Trevor Project. And if somebody gets in the comment sections that they're like, you're donating this to a bunch of gay people right now? What? Yeah. Those people that are, like, getting in their comments and harassing them, they're in the fucking wrong. It's not, like, it's not a problem for them to do or take action in some way that's like, hey, we believe in this cause over here. And if someone's like, well, no, you're getting political. No, that person's just a bigot and they're trying to discredit this other person's support for a cause by saying that they could have not been political and they're, like, less cool for getting political now. So here's the vibe, right? Like, here's my take. Is, like, there are times where it becomes you're not going to have any other any ability not to be political about a thing, right? But I genuinely think that for somebody to say they don't want to get involved with the political discourse, I do think that it is fair to take that stance. That's the stance that Ben Milton's taken, and I saw him get flack for this because of the Red Room thing. Look, the Red Room sucks. I've talked about this publicly, talked about this privately. I think that Ben Milton should have looked into that sponsorship. But hey, look, the guy doesn't like to get political online. Okay? Like, guy doesn't like to get political online. And he's in his right to not get political online. He doesn't have to make content because somebody wants to screech and say, you have to. You have to do this now. You have to get political with your content because everything's political. I just disagree. If somebody wants to try and stay out of that vibe, right? Somebody wants to say, hey, here's the deal. Learn from me. Okay? Learn this from me. As somebody who did let my political opinion get known, who did push back against people who were, like, I felt like advocating for hateful shit in this scene. Okay? I'm going to say this. I am way happier being a dude who focuses in on making shit and not listening to someone whispering in my ear about something that they feel is a red flag that needs to be, like, fucking called out or what the hell ever. I trusted in people last year who got me fucking bad info based off of their gut personal, like, reaction to a thing, and did not need to get whispered into my fucking ear, is basically the way I would put it. I also did not need to be the guy who was, like, taking that to, like, use my platform to whatever advocate against or yada yada yada. People would send me messages like, I appreciate the work that you do or what the hell ever, but in all reality, they're not supporting. They're not really, like, supporting me. They're feeding into the drama that's happening, and they're kind of convincing themselves that drama is more worth it to go after than actual world issues. Yeah. There are people who do a lot of good, who are outspoken and all that stuff. I yada yada yada. But like, oh boy, so often I see what is otherwise just a small drama or small interpersonal thing blown out, and people try to make it a moralistic like deal. And I had to self-evaluate like how I felt about how that was impacting me and my content last year. And I don't really care that like YouTube isn't doing as well as it wasn't doing last year, or as a, you know, whatever. I'm happier making content right now. And if someone wants to say that like, oh, you're buying into the right-wing grift or what the fuck ever, that's not what the fuck is going on. If they want to get mad at me on Twitter, fucking go for it. Okay. I like making shit that's fun to make, and I try to be sure that everything's welcoming and whatever. But if some psycho's going to come at me with the pushback of like, if you're not actively going at it, yada yada, no, fuck off and chill the fuck out. Like, seriously, I get it. The world is chaos, but we don't need to bring that chaos into every single facet of our lives. We don't. People are complicated crowds of people, not as complicated. I don't know about that. But yeah, like, this is like, I dealt with this earlier this year, and it feels like every month there's some stupid ass thing that happens like this. I noticed it happened less once I started backing away from making content that was that heated and intense. But I will say, one of the things that happened to me this year, to kind of prove how stupid and inane this stuff is whenever I cut some content from Vagabond, including like social roles, right? I cut social roles back and was accused of being ableist because there were people who weren't as confident role-playing a social character, that was something that helped them to feel like they could roleplay a social character. I about lost my goddamn mind, because people that say that shit hurt progressives. People that say that shit make us look fucking crazy. Okay? That does not help us out in furthering things like socialized medicine, or hey, let's take a look at student loan debt relief. You know, let's take a look at advocating for veteran care, like the VA. Okay, let's look at defunding some of these local police departments and demilitarizing some of these local police departments, and figuring out how to better allocate those funds towards programs that better the local I guess city, town, whatever you want to say, province, yeah, whatever. Those are like, hey, we're actually going to take steps towards pushing these policies. Whereas screaming about somebody in the fucking TTRPG scene because they disagree with you about this policy and trying to get their entire like livelihood cut down because they disagreed with you is fucking... It doesn't help. It pushes people away from you. And it makes everybody else that's a progressive look fucking crazy. And I'm sick and tired of that happening. And I'm exhausted that I kind of got intimidated into buying into what some of these cyberbullies were pushing me last year. You know? Housing, yeah. What's really cool is like here in Tulsa, dude, we just had a... what was this? Eden Project? City of Tulsa, Eden... Eden Village, here we go. Yeah, this was something that my city did. If you want to know, like, Tulsa as a bastion of progressives here, like in Oklahoma, dude, building homes for the chronically homeless. They literally went through and built a village of pretty nice homes, it turns out. They are quote-unquote tiny homes, but these are new homes, right? They are already pre-furnished, and people are given a stipend to live in these areas, right? And it's trying to help out with the homelessness epidemic that we have here in Oklahoma. This is socialism. Good socialism. really, really good socialism. Yeah, all right, cool. Now, this is something that I would advocate for, and I think this is doing a lot of good. You know, I would so much rather see like causes like this keep continuously getting advocated for instead of callouts for like fucking fire Mike Merles or whatever. That's insane. That is cyberbullying, and quite honestly, defamation, getting pushed as if it's like progressive moralism and idea or what the hell ever. Yeah, I would so much rather see people at like what Baron does. Baron does the every single year, or I think it might be every 6 months or something. He is constantly doing donations for what is it, Advanced Africa. I mean, Baron's found or Baron's channel, and like with the help of like Kelsey and everything, they have built fucking schools over in Africa. Like hell yeah, that's dope. And Baron's done a lot more for humanity than the people who were over saying that like, hey everybody, big red flag about Mike Merles in the D&D team. Mike Merles, he's the guy that wrote 5th edition. Mike Merles is like the lead designer behind 5e. He is the system architect to D&D 5e. That whole situation was like, somebody tried to say that Mike Merles helped Zach Sabbath to like harass those women or what the hell ever, that he got the information of the women who like came forward to Wizards of the Coast to Zach Sabbath, and like there's zero evidence for that, like zero evidence for it, and it just got like snowballed into this huge harassment campaign, and like eventually got him forced out from the D&D design team over what basically equated to nobody saw the evidence. It was just a claim that got pushed around online, and here we are like 5 years later, and people were finally like, wait, so what happened? Like, what happened here? What was the claim that happened? Like, what did he do? And nobody could find evidence of him actually having like gotten this info over to Zach. Yeah, dude, that was a whole wild case. But now he's working for Chaosium. So there you go. Okay. Jeez, now finally in on some of this work. I was trying to remember. We wanted to do... This is wide. Okay. What if... Archivist, right? What level? Actually, this would be really good on them. People really need to stop forming virtual mobs and going after people. Yep, I agree with you 110%. And I am sick that I helped to contribute to some of that shit, or even took some of these people at face value back in the day. This would actually be just really good on them, and really good for all artificers in general. Magical discoveries. You always have the chosen. Okay, so the way that this, stealing from another spell list, yeah, I mean it's bigger, you know. Or that people bully you if you say Free Palestine and call you anti-Semitic. Yeah, or you're just like, hey, look, like I'm trying to stay out of this thing, and if they're gonna, people got so fucking vitriolic this last year. I get it, like bad shit happens and all that stuff. But people that are getting this hostile over everything, it's made me just go like, here's the deal. I am 35 years old, and seeing some people that are like in their early to like mid 40s, seeing people that are in their early to mid 40s acting like Regina George over on social media, is not just disappointing. It's fucking pitiful, you know. Yeah. Like, yes, I am very much pro-Palestine in this situation, but it is not necessary for me to start looking through my fucking followers feeds or what the hell ever. Like, yeah. To be fair enough, Taron, to wage the OGL war, we did kind of have to rile up everybody. Yes. To me, in that situation, it was a scandal that was going on. It wasn't just like drama, right? And it was about a company and the way that they were affecting the revenue of everybody, not like, hey, this person and I disagree on the price of groceries should be smaller. You know, I know that this sounds a little bit reductive of like what some of these issues are, but in all reality, I don't see people making really positive changes over on social media. In that advocacy, I just see them basically cyberbullying people. We will win in the end. Yeah, if we don't work for a long time, well, I guess we'll be less. Yeah. I'm not brave enough for politics, but my alliance is to the republic, to democracy. Yeah, and like, here's the deal: is like the people who are constantly fucking, like, okay, I have had a lot of respect for, Rascal. I think that generally, that's in the song. Okay. I think I've had a lot of respect for Rascal. I think that they are a group of journalists that is doing a lot of good. However, whenever I saw their article on Ben Milton, I lost a lot of that respect. I don't think you should be forced into making a political opinion just because that journalist feels like they should. I think that was a shot that they took that wound up missing and made them look worse at the end of the day, is kind of where I sit with that. But yeah. The socials are too fucking vitriolic now. Yep, 100% agreed. Yep, that's why I'm getting off of Twitter. Literally, the only thing that I have left to do with Twitter is I am wrapping up my art commission with Grillhouse. After that's done, I'm deleting my account. None of this shit about like people trying to convince me, hey, you need to keep it, you should keep it protected, but keep it open so that you don't have imitators or what the hell ever. They can do that already right now. They can already do that. Okay? So like, I'm just going to close it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. And I would suggest that like, guys, if you believe in like a sane future for like the landscape of social media, get rid of your fucking Twitter account. It's like, look, if I were to go over and get on my Twitter right now, here's the big difference. Okay. I go over and I get on Blue Sky. I see a lot of really cool shit. I see artists promoting their stuff. I see, I can guarantee that within like 5 scrolls or whatever, I'm not seeing hardcore porn or anything like that. Whenever I go and I get on Twitter, immediately it's like a bunch of racist shit, a bunch of like people trying to instigate fights. It is all of like 4 or 5 accounts that are like, yeah. Oh yeah, that's the other deal with it right too, SquarePeg. The other reason I'm getting rid of my Twitter is because of what SquarePeg just said right there. I will not like let my shit get, yeah. I'm not going to let my shit get jacked just because it's over there on Twitter. If Elon is going to say that like he owns everything that's ever been exchanged on Twitter or what the hell ever, I'm getting the fuck rid of it. There's already screenshots I've taken of conversations that were had over there that I'm like, I'm keeping this as fucking evidence of some bullshit that happened in drama back in 2019, right? Other than that, I'm getting the fuck rid of Twitter. I am. You think I'll switch from Twitter to Reddit? If the RPG subreddits could just figure out their goddamn, like, crusty ass problem, right? The hostility happening over on, like, the TTRPG subreddits. Dude, Absolutely. I could see it as a really good place for like growing. In general right now though, I don't trust the RPG subreddits. Too often, like, I guess for those of you that don't know, back in the homebrew scene in like 2018, 2017, I want to say, the our Unearthed Arcana subreddit, it was like there was a whole big deal about like nepotism, kind of going on over there, where like people that were on the mod team were helping to like lift up very few creators, and trying to like kind of self promote and do all that shit, using their mod powers to like kind of push away creators, and they were only allowing certain stuff to be like in the curated list of like Unearthed Arcana stuff. The Unearthed Arcana subreddit got outed for this kind of behavior, and eventually just kind of like slowed the fuck down. And now the mods I think that are there right now are trying to figure out a way to like kind of reignite the old Unearthed Arcana like subreddit. But I don't know. I kind of see like with what all's happening with D&D that I don't really suspect that that's going to be a super bustling side of the internet. I really think that the RPG subreddits in general just need a total shift in the moderation teams, because like oh god, one of the funniest things that ever happened to me was my content during the OGL situation got banned from our D&D leagues. It got fucking banned from our D&D leagues. And Eric over at Fry Minis called them out over this. Much fucking love to Eric for that. But it was all because there were people on the mod team that didn't like my D&D content. They didn't like my D&D content. It had nothing to do with like what I had posted. It had everything to do with these people just did not like me. So the mod team decided that they were going to ban my content because even though I was the guy that was leaking the shit, but they didn't like me. And look, like, I'm not going to be everybody's best friend, okay? I'm not going to be everybody's cup of tea. And that's fine. Wait. And then our community made subclass get banned, or are you dreaming? That needed to get banned. That needed to get banned. We were legitimately brigading for that because that was a doofy, stupid meme thing. Yes, that needed to get banned. I expected it to. It was all a joke. And yeah, but it also kind of goes to show that, like, God damn it, how do I put it? To us, it was funny. And I think to anybody else who was reasonable, that was funny as shit. But ever since then, I have had people who have used that as like trying to claim that I was making like a cult of personality and I was trying to get people to brigade upvoting my stuff over on Reddit. And it's like, wait, what the shit? Dude, it was a gag. Like, you can go and see the fucking stream. It was a joke. I have never posted anything to my community and told them, or any other creators, and told them, hey guys, I need upvotes. Help me to get this some more attention over on Reddit. Despite seeing, I could go, I have a Discord right now I could go to and seeing some of the biggest names in the TTRPG community doing that. Now, I don't have a problem. If people do that, that's on them, whatever. I've never done that. You know, I'm not saying that that's a behavior that, like, no, these people need to get called out for that or whatever. But I'm just saying I've never done that. And accusing me of doing that while basically everybody else does that, it's just a form of promotion, is fucking wild. Being a Reddit mod is a serious business. Yeah, like, dude, I have tried to like just enjoy these games and make cool content for them and do whatever. But there are some people who just like, they've got to deal with their fucking anger issues, and it seems like they're taking it out on Reddit. But yeah, I'm going to hang on. I'm going to pull this text over from here. You. Sweet. Okay. I'm gonna post a meme to your Discord about Reddit mods. Oh, I mean, everybody's pretty familiar with the Reddit mod. Hang on. Here we go. Yeah, everyone's pretty familiar with the Reddit mod. The idea behind them, I guess, is what we would say. Oh my god. Yeah, and why not become a Reddit internet forum moderator? Yeah, the new way to feel power without having to use an illegal weapon. Holy shit. Yeah. 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 Ugh, okay. It's an old school meme, but very relevant. Oh yeah, no, 100%. By the way, generated a dungeon with your Vagabond thingy yesterday for a one-shot. You're gonna GM. It was a pleasure and quickly lit up my creativity with all the room shades. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you so much for letting me know that. Makes love to a computer ASMR. Okay, so we're gonna... You learn 2 spells from... You learn any 2 spells from the wizard spell lists. I guess it's here. Okay. I know why they're doing this. Or any combination thereof. Yes. Okay. A spell you choose must be a cantrip. A chosen spell. Okay. You always have the spells, chosen spells prepared. Whenever you gain an Artificer level, you can replace one of these spells with another spell that meets these requirements. Okay. Now... sometimes it's marketing, sometimes you as a business owner want to get rid of some part of your clientele that you don't like. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, if I have to tell people like, hey, like I really don't need this shit happening in my scene. Like, if I see people that are like spousing hateful shit and they know it's hateful shit, they're not gonna be like, oh, well, I just no, then I get rid of it, right? However, my deal with that is also I've had to ban people for doing shit that they were trying to justify as like, well, I'm neuroatypical and they're yada yada, and I'm like, I don't really care what the fuck you are. You're harassing either me or somebody else, and therein, we got to get rid of your ass. You're not responsible for your mental illness or whatever. You are responsible for the way that you conduct yourself, though. And if you are going to conduct yourself in a way that requires me stepping in every fucking 5 minutes, yeah, I'm just going to get rid of you. New D&D made Artificer cantrips change in a long rest. Thoughts? It's whatever. It's like they get to choose that. All right, cool. So like we have this swap stuff. If people feel that the thing that made something unfun for them was the fact that they couldn't change spells or something, then like, yeah, then I would say allow it to work that way. Yeah, I've never... in some cases, like, I guess I kind of thought originally, like, this meant a whole lot. That we really needed to... like, preserve the integrity of these certain... we needed to preserve the integrity of these spell lists and what that mechanic really meant. In all reality, it's not that serious. Just fucking let it work. Magical discoveries. It's a level later than the Bard. It's coming online though. Yeah. It's coming online for them whenever they're going to hit 9th. If your rework will do that for cantrips or not? Yeah, yeah. Do you need to say that they do not count against your number of prepared spells? So they don't actually codify that in they don't codify that in 2024. And as far as I can tell, you don't need to do that. So that makes me feel as though there is text in the book elsewhere that says if you get a spell and it is always prepared for you as a part of a class feature, it does not count against your number of spells known. I don't know that this actually exists in the book, but the fact that it isn't codified anywhere in any list or any feature, I'm going to operate off the assumption that this means right here that it doesn't count against your number of prepared spells. But yeah, for them to have been this redundant on their wording so often and to have not have caught this makes me think that it has to be codified somewhere else. Yeah, I haven't really gone through it like that. Choosing images is probably the closest you were looking for. What? I know you don't like crunchy TTRPGs, but what kind of peanut butter do you like? I like all kinds of peanut butter. Crunchy's fine, but it is codified under spellcasting, the class feature. The class feature spellcasting codifies that if you get a prepared spell, it doesn't count against your number of... Yep, you're right. You're 100% right. Let me make sure I got that in here. You are 100% correct. Uh-huh. Did they... Let me double check. Uh-huh. You're 100% correct. Thank you. If another are if damn. And then we give you this though. Isn't there... Didn't they do a thing where Ranger got certain spells as it leveled up? No, they did at one point. They got rid of that. Refusing to answer the type. Yeah, I mean, oh no, I'll tell you what. Here, if there were a type of peanut butter I could have for the rest of my life, and it like didn't actually have a super negative impact on me, peanut butter, honey peanut butter. Yeah, there we go. Peanut butter and honey is fucking insanely good. You always have. Aha. You always have the identify spell. Win. Oh god, it gives you free uses as you level up. That's right, that's what I hated about this. Christ, that's clunky. Oh god, I hate that so much. Oh, that's right. This needed to go to L2. Oh, this needs a feature name. I don't need you to say magic appraisal. I'll try honey. Smooth or crunchy peanut. What? Oh wait, they make caramel and hang on, what? They make caramel peanut butter? No. Salted caramel pretzel peanut butter. Guys, we are not doing a fat kid era on this fucking channel, all right? No, we are losing the moves, all right? We are. As soon as we get past New Year's Eve, we are focused on. We are really focused on bettering health around here. God damn though, I gotta try that once. So something evaluation, maybe appraisal, evaluation. Evaluator, appraise. What's the? Yeah, I'm gonna get back that six pack 100%. Yes. You always have the identify spell prepared. You can cast it twice without expending a spell slot. You regain all expended uses of this ability when you finish a long rest. Cool. Hang on. What if? All right, hear me out. What if we make this as a utilize action? And then take this and say you can take the utilize action or the magic action to use a magic item that requires that action as a bonus action. And then we use this as a utilize action. Just do a push-up every time chat says something dumb or we don't. Yeah, you break an arm. Yeah. Yeah, I also want to get a workout mat in here. I just haven't yet. What if this was, yeah, so as a utilize action, you can conjure a set of tools you're proficient with. And then we make it to where they get bonus action utilize. Right? Here's the trick: you have a calorie goal and a protein goal. And once you meet those, small difference in vegetables, leftover calories are freebies. You can eat dessert all day. True. I'm just not trying to bulk up. Yeah, I'm not really trying to bulk up. I'm trying to cut weight and turn this fat into muscle. I'm bulked up enough already. So I'm at the point where I don't get to do the fun workout where I get to eat whatever the fuck I want and continue to bulk up. I'm the unfun workout where I have to watch what I eat and make sure that the fat turns into muscle. Yeah. Every time you hear utilize action, you think thief rogue cheese abilities. Well, we're gonna give you that part of the thief rogue already right here. Flexible dieting is great, especially with smart training. Yeah, if I wasn't needing to cut weight, yeah. Actually, wait, I'm just curious about this. What have they said about Ozempic? Is Ozempic literally, is it at the point now where it's just a cheat code? I don't need it. I mean, I'm like, if I lost 30 pounds, I'd be like, great. I'd be like in a great spot. But the deal is, I'm gonna just wind up like losing 30 pounds, but gaining it back as muscle. Maybe evaluator should be historic evaluator or something similar to evoke the dungeon nerd. You feel a little bit more. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, have we determined, number one, is Ozempic safe? Number two, is it literally just $45 you lose? Type 2 diabetes and some for weight loss. Improve blood sugar levels. Once weekly injections given under the skin of the belly, thigh, or arm. Pancreas increase more insulin. Okay. Nausea, diarrhea, stomach pain, vomiting, and constipation. May also cause muscle loss. But the only side effects of Ozempic right now appear to be nausea, diarrhea, stomach pain, vomiting, and constipation. Ozempic mimics gastroparesis, a pathology. Your stomach muscles move food more slowly. It sits in your gut like a rock. And the thought of more food makes you sick and nauseous. You lose food cravings. It works. It just isn't pleasant. You take a generic of the Ozempic, I know it works. No. That's the thing. I have a one of my old band directors from high school used to weigh 450 pounds. He got gastric bypass and lost some weight, but immediately regained it as his stomach grew back to its normal size. The last time I saw him, after being on Ozempic for, I think it was 6 months, is down to 160 pounds. He has a lot of like leftover skin and everything like that, but he's getting that cleaned up. Ozempic literally saved his life. Like, he is a 75-year-old man who would have died carrying around 450 pounds. Yeah. You need to keep taking it for the rest of your life or you gain back the weight. Well, I mean, but that, if you change your dieting methods, it sounds like if it's just a gastroparesis, then like, whatever. Like, I don't need to take it the rest of my life. You know, I can control like eating habits once I just get through. Here's my deal. I've never been food addicted. I'm super not. I like coffee, you know, but I don't. My problem isn't that I have an eating or like okay, so all the weight that I've gained on right now isn't as a result of overeating. It's a result of not moving. I've literally been working from my desk for 8+ hours a day for like the last 2 years just working on Vagabond. So now it's like, if I got more active within 2 months, guys, I'm not going to be fat. I'm going to be cut, you know. I'm not overweight. Well, like, I am overweight, but I'm just soft right now, right? I want to get hard. Yeah, like, all it would take is me getting back into the gym and getting on a regular workout schedule. Guys, I guarantee you by this time next year, if I were just to, like, even start working out for 2 months, it'll be a completely different body. That's the deal. I'm not feeling overweight as a result of eating a whole lot. It sounds like you don't need Ozempic. That was kind of my thought, right? So, like, I don't really have a bad eating habit thing. I don't eat well, but it's more so that I'm just not active. Taron and 4K getting hard. Damn straight. Dude, I heard about what fucking Amaranth makes on OnlyFans. You kidding me? Everyone's nudes are only so expensive. Oh, man. Yeah, I never would have thought that Markiplier would have done an OnlyFans, and then what do you know? Oh, man. Yeah, I gotta figure out a different name for this up here. So here's what I think. Okay. Yeah, everyone has a price. Yep. So here's what I'm thinking I do. I move the utilize action as a bonus action over here to the L1. That's so good. We get rid of this. How about, yeah, we do ingenuity. As a bonus action, you can take the utilize action or take the magic action to use a magic item that requires that action. Further, as a utilize action, you can conjure a set of tools you're proficient with, or create an item worth. Aha, we get rid of this because this is all already in here. We bundle it into that, right? This is what I mean by reducing word count and getting more power out of it. Arcane Empowerment is already... Yeah, you can use your... Yeah, that's already nice. You did something dumb in D&D. What? Wait. You entered a male dragon. You entered a male dragon. And then turned into a great 8 with wild shape. You know... yeah, it's just more so as strategy from the front and not the back. There you go. Well, I guess congrats for making that work. Hang on. Okay, so this is a very good first level. However, Evaluator is not required for their core to really kick on. So what are they getting with first level? As a bonus action, you can take the Utilize action, or take the magic action to use a magic item that requires that action. How is this getting praise for Rogue? On your turn, you can use a bonus action to take the Utilize action, or take the magic action to use a magic item that requires that action. Further, as a Utilize action, you can conjure a set of tools you're proficient with, or create an item worth 1 GP or less. They appear either in your hands or in an unoccupied space within 5 feet. The tools last until you create other tools this way. Items you create this way vanish after 1 hour, or until you create another item with this feature. Either can be dismissed early, no action. Right? Makes sense? Cool. Evaluator. Wait, if you hate 5e specifically and crunchy systems in general, why are you volunteering your time to revise the 2024 Artificer? I'm changing it like this specifically to point out why I don't like it. I'm revising this because I wanted to show people. I think that they could be doing better with their system, and I just don't think that they're really. I don't think that they're really handling it with care right now. To focus on fun, really, is the way that I would put it. My critique for the Artificer is that it's somehow more restraining, and this class is one that should feel like it's so hyper modular that you can make like kind of whatever you're like really wanting to make with it, right? I want to be able to make a bunch of magic items, so therein I want to play Artificer because like that's my vibe, right? And I just don't think that the current design team, how do I put it? I don't think that they're really focused on making something interesting and unique. I think they're focused on just porting over something from the earlier edition in order to like have content for another book. Like, you know, I think they're scared of rocking the boat. And the thing is, I think the Artificer needs the boat rocked. He doesn't necessarily hate 5e, and to be fair, it's a thought experiment to hone his skills as a designer. You could say that, yeah. Yeah, Vagabond is setting agnostic. That's for the gods. Yeah. It's a toolkit. Drago is in a lot of pain. Yeah, that'll happen. I think Evaluator is fine up here. But, like, let's just give it to him at first level. Arcane Empowerment kicks online at second. Okay, they have a little bit of a slump of a second level. This isn't a huge, huge feature. But, like, they'll get it. Artificer needs the mech rocked. What if this was a feat? What if Arcane Empowerment was a feat instead of a feature? Right? They turn infusions into magic items, which felt like diluting some of the flair/benefits of the class brought to the party. No, I actually think that was one of the smartest moves they could have done. Yeah, hey, Axiom. No, I actually do genuinely think that was one of the smartest moves that they could have done. Because it meant that they don't have to bake that into the class core and eat up power budget. The problem for me is they didn't go far enough with it. Arcane Empowerment feels like a subclass ability. Funny you mentioned that because it was. It was part of the Battlesmith, and it's too specific to me. In terms of design, how does your vision for Artificer work with games and GMs who are more generous with doling out magic items already? I don't think there's any difference. I mean, they're going to have their stuff kicking on a lot more. Oh, cool. For a War Artificer / Wandslinger Artificer flavor, would it be an origin feat or a general feat? Oh, I have no idea what the hell all that. Yeah. Hey, Spin, thank you so much for picking up the Hero's Handbook. I just make it a feat. I don't think you got to worry too much about all that. Make it a feat, give you a +1 to intelligence. Hexblade was also a subclass, but now charisma attacks are in the main class. Yeah, like, that's the deal, right? Is like, if every Artificer would want this, then give it to you in the base class. But here's my problem, is that because of the way that this is worded, I would be a little bit worried about it. Wizards with Swords, we already have that. It's called Blade Singer. So, like, you know, like... Wizards with Great Swords? I mean, if it's magic items specifically here, and then they're like, no, give it to the wizard. Yeah, now they're going to use the greatsword. I'm like, okay. So that wizard, who has all of 30 hit points, is going to go run up with this greatsword and go hit the dragon with it? Go for it, dude. It seems like a... that sounds like a problem that will fix itself. Yeah, the changes to... yeah. Maybe make it a magic item? What? Wait, why are you guys suggesting everything other than this just, like, being a feat? Yeah, like, I'm trying to open this up for more modularity. My only hang up with this is, like, this is at second level. And I think at second level, it can feel like this just isn't really relevant to you. However, it becomes any later, I feel like it's also not really relevant. Well, no, I feel like it comes online too late, rather. Okay, so it's not atypical for classes to get a second, third level feature. Yeah, it's not atypical that they'll get a second, third level feature. Especially one that's not really doing as much as this right here. So if we do this, I feel better about this. Damn. We gotta figure out what to do for their second. Ingenuity Spellcrafter Evaluator second level would be what? It allows baby artificers to use weapons like bows and staves. Well, like, that's the thing, right? Is like, if it was just you can use your intelligence modifier for all weapons, then like, oh, well, then it has to come online at first. Let's baby artificers use. Wait, would it be an origin feat first level or a general feat level 4+? Here's my thing. The only thing I'm thinking about it is like it would maybe like kick on for Artificers can True Strike. But like, is that the only thing that they do? Damn. Wait, you're right. But I kind of hate that because it means that that's the only cantrip they're taking. How about this? Ah, fuck. Yeah, without extra attack, they're already doing int on attacks anyways. Yep, you're right. You're right. You're right. It would be nice if it was always on, is the thing. So here's the deal. I want to take this out of here. And put it into a feat. Okay, and then I guess I got to organize it by origin, and then what was it? General feats. Yeah, yeah, some of the people that were asking about it, like why would I be doing this if I'm not going to play 5e? There's plenty of games that I write stuff for that I'm not necessarily thinking I'm going to be playing anytime soon. Like, I got hired on to write an adventure for Zweihander. My table, like, preference for storytelling isn't really with Zweihander, but, like, I'm going to write content for it because, like, I'm a designer, you know? General feats always give you a +1. But general feats mean that you can't take it until after 4th level? Just add it to make it more Artificer flavored? What? We'll say Gish. General feats always give you a +1. Okay, so what? I guess I don't remember what the origin feats came down to. Here, we'll call it spell sword. So you can use intelligence for your attack and damage rolls with magic weapons instead of strength or dexterity. But see, it's just magic weapons, so it's situational here. Why make it only intelligence? Because if it's just general, like, this is good for charisma as well, or wisdom, then, like, it's just picked up by everybody that casts spells. Keep it as a feature and let the Artificer stand out with it. But but wait, you're not hearing the problem. Yeah, hang on. So you're not hearing the problem out. The problem is they already have True Strike, and True Strike got changed to do this already. And if they're not reliably getting magic items until 6th level, this would need to kick on later on, right? Now, this makes it to where if they don't want to just do True Strike, they can go over and get it as a feat. If we bake it into the class, like, the problem is this magic weapons. Hang on. Maybe here's the trick. Maybe the problem is actually the fact that it was too specific, and we can give it to you at L2, but we need to do this instead. Hang on. Don't call it spell sword then, call it smart fighter or something? How did you criticize spell sword and then give me a worse name? Call it smart fighter? Yeah. The weirdness is that this is an origin feat, not... Oh yeah, we'll take it out of feats. Hang on. Arcane empowerment. If we move that over here and we open it up, so this would be like a fighting style. Now, wait. Spell sword implies other casters can pick it up. That's the intent. I don't mind that. Hang on. You gain a fighting style feat of your choice. Yeah, they can choose to get a fighting style or get cantrips with Paladin, or yeah, fighting styles or feats now. What if we say you can either choose to get arcane empowerment or I think keeping it simple like that works well. It supports the weapon side of combat since they're meant to be half casters anyways. It doesn't need to be a fighting style. I mean, it's not a fighting style, but it is the fighting style feature. Delay makes me seem stupid because you already solved problems. Oh well. You think keeping it simple works like that works well? Sorts of what we have casters anyways. So I love having bonus action. Oh, wait. I am so fucking glad I thought of this real quick. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so fucking happy I thought of that. Is the fighting style of choice? They can change it when they level up. I mean, I would just let them. The strength of this right here is that it means that you don't have to keep taking True Strike. But the problem is, if you like True Strike, this is worse for you. So, like, we can make it an option. If you decide that you want to make True Strike like a core part of you as an Artificer, okay, then don't pick this up and go get a different fighting style. And in that case, cool, well then, yeah. You could just give them True Strike in the fighting style. Oh, God, but, like... Ugh. Okay, I gotta go. Have a nice, safe Merry Christmas. Hey, you too as well. Thank you so much for checking in. Happy holidays, all that good business. Merry Christmas to those who celebrate. God, but yeah, this is the problem, is like, this new True Strike is just boring. It's like, yeah, of course you take that because you're a Gish now, and like, damage type, apparently according to D&D, just doesn't need to matter. You could make it more powerful than True Strike? I don't want to do that either. What if... Alright, let me see True Strike. Because I just remembered, I think this new True Strike is a bonus action, right? No. Because the attack is now made as a part of the action. The restriction, though, is that you can only make the one attack. Yeah, like... What about this? Here's where the strength of this comes in. Okay. So let me talk about why you would do this here instead, okay? Up until this point, if they did take this option, it's just not as good as them taking True Strike, okay? If they were taking it at second level, True Strike is just that good that it just outclasses everything. I really don't think that they made a smart decision by turning True Strike into the action that it is. However, over here now, with Arcane Empowerment, we make it to where you don't have to have True Strike. Now, what I'm considering doing is we do this and then give you... No, hang on. If you... No, if you take the utilize action to use something that is not a weapon as a weapon, that is still the attack action. The subclasses get extra attack, not in this version. Which is... You never thought I'd hear not as good as True Strike? Yeah, it's fucking crazy now. If we move Infuse down to first level, or sorry, second level here, L2. It's complicated, but yeah. Arcane Empowerment up to here. You might want to consider an interaction with magic items for the Artificer flavor. Taron, don't worry about it. They can just take True Strike if they really want to. Wait, no, I have to worry about it. And it's not really a worry about it. It's I have to consider it, right? They're going to take it because it's very clearly the best thing to do. At least for L1, yes, that is one of the best things they can possibly do. Lady Elaine, hey, welcome, welcome. That is one of the best things that they can do. Now we have to consider it because we want to make the whole package make sense and vibe, right? We want it to really, really gel. So yeah, that's the thing. If they're not going to get extra attacks, the thing that bothers me is that the best thing for them to do is just True Strike. And I don't really like that. Didn't they figure out? All right. What did they do to Swordsbard with extra attack? Oh, here we go. You can cast one of your cantrips that has a casting time of an action and place up one of those attacks. You can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. In addition, God, I don't know that we say... True Strike is the best action you can do, of course. It's D6 or D8, even +3 at least. You would still consider Ray of Frost, to be honest. Ray of Frost is situational, but yeah, I get it. W Valor Bard. Yeah. D8 plus effect versus D8 plus stat isn't alright. Yeah, no, I get you. Just tape two random magic items together. Something with it yet. Maybe for level 5 they get multi-attack, but only while wielding magic weapons. Hopefully do not make True Strike as good. Yeah, but that's the thing, is like... This is not the kind of thing... so, real quick. So this is not the kind of thing that we need to, like, just give up and do something, like, slot something in that we know will be like, hey, this is fine. This is just thinking it out, okay? So right here... The problem is True Strike exists. Now, we can get them all a level 5. Usually they were all getting a subclass feature that kind of enhances what they're doing at L5. Now... Oh... Divine Order. I forgot about this. How will subclasses want to do damage in this version? Because that probably informs whether they would want from the base class, right? I forgot about this originally. And... I don't know. I'm just coming up with a dumb name here for a second. An extra cantrip from the Artificer spell list. In addition, your I don't know, fucking. No, we're cutting out. Hang on. There were other things. Whenever you cast a spell using alchemicals, okay, here. Okay, is it Master Blaster automatically better because you can take True Strike? True Strike deals radiant damage. It doesn't add the bonus on top of it. And True Strike is yeah. So we get rid of this. Martial weapons. Man, okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back with you all. BRB, LOL. Yeah, I'm not happy with that either. I'll probably move it to an L1. I've been thinking about that. Yeah, but I gotta go to the bathroom.
Stop right there, Meyer.
Okay.
I'm taking her back. Back to her family who loved her.
Mm. I didn't alert Discord to the stream. Yeah, I'm not trying to ping everybody every. I'm trying to watch how often I ping people. And since a majority of my viewers are here in the U.S., I don't want to ping them after. I don't want to ping them after 9 p.m. Central. Welcome back. Hey, thank you. The identify thing is an easy flavor pick. I don't think it absolutely has to be there at L1. And I think we can just get rid of it. Actually, here's what you can do. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Welcome back from taking a 5e. See, I don't know that I would say 5e is quite that bad. Just that it's, you know, not my system of preference. What does it say? Arcane Evaluator? I hate calling everything arcane. Appraiser of Esoterica? Maybe? That feels a little bit less, I don't know, arcane. Occult, yeah. You can cast it a number of times. Something like that. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, esoteric is cool. We'll figure that out once we get back to it. We can make that a general perk, and that's fine. Okay. What was it here on Cleric? You gain, or you know. Is this a feature list Like Warlock Invocations? Nah, probably. Well, maybe. Divine Order. We call this your specialty. Divine Inventors Knack? Sure. Your knack, maybe? We'll just call it. Oh, you're referring to perks, by the way? Oh, I'm not totally sure. Do I think the zone/role distinctions are useful? If yes, what is your goal with this? Artificer still figuring it out? I mean, I guess considering that I'm the guy that like proposed zone/role stuff as like a meta thesis to understanding 5e to the TTRPG scene on YouTube, I think it's somewhat useful. Inventor's Field. I kind of like Knack. Yeah. All right, so we'll see. Whenever you cast a spell, we're gonna get rid of this. You know, one extra cantrip from ENnie. That cantrip must deal acid, fire, necrotic, or poison damage. Acid, cold, fire. Lightning, necrotic, or poison damage. Maybe. Opening it up to any spell list is really, really good. So what would they not pick over here? Acid Splash. Okay, so we have Acid Splash, Elementalism. We have Ray of Frost, Shocking Grasp over here, right? Thunderclap, True Strike. So Thunder. They're already getting quite a bit. Poison Spray, Poison. Okay, so Poison. Let's say this. So we're looking at Poison, Fire, Acid, Lightning, Cold, Eldritch Blast for Artificers. They wouldn't be able to get it. No, we're not gonna make it to where they can get Eldritch Blast. Because if we make it to where they're gonna get Eldritch Blast, that's the only thing people are gonna pick. So acid, fire. Yeah, I'm just gonna write this down. Acid, fire, poison, cold, lightning, thunder. This is radiant damage. It must be an attack cantrip. Like a cantrip that calls for an attack roll, we just say like, no, that's the thing, is that's going to tie it back to Eldritch Blast, and that's going to be the only thing people take. Like, look, are they going to take a feat, or a feat to get Eldritch? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a feat currently in the game that allows you to take that allows you to take Eldritch Blast as a cantrip. I think that the way they've designed it now is you have to multi-class to allow for that, right? There's currently not a way to get Eldritch Blast in a feat. Isn't it easier to say you must deal any damage type except... I mean, maybe, but that's not the way that they phrase it for 5e. And I think that's making people remember, oh, well, this doesn't do this, or something. Multiclassing in one level is easy too. Well, yeah, but I'm just, like... I'm just asking, do they have a perk? I'm asking, do they have a perk that allows you to do that right now? Does anybody know? Because I think that was the big part of the way that they designed spell perks now, was avoiding it to where you could go over and snag one. Because that should feel pretty, like, preeminently warlock. I don't care if they get True Strike. That's over here on the Artificer. That's fine. They don't. So there is, my understanding is, there is zero way for you to currently get Eldritch Blast on any class through a perk. Because, like, I can leave it open and say, but here's the deal. If I leave it open, I'm going to say it has to be on the Artificer cantrip list. But the way I'm looking at it is pretty much everything that's on here seems like the stuff I would put restrictions around anyways. So if that's the case, I'm going to go back up here and say that it just needs to be on the Artificer spell list. One extra cantrip from the Artificer spell list. You can craft it as a magic item. But I'm asking if it's a perk. I'm asking if it's a perk. Like, that's not the... Yeah. So the question I'm asking is whether or not there is a perk or a feat that allows you to get it. That's the only thing I'm asking. And, you know, one extra cantrip from the Artificer spell list. Is there something else I can give you here? Because this is nice, but it needs something else. Because, like, this is huge. You know, one extra cantrip from the Artificer spell list. If we give you 2 extra cantrips, that's big. Especially with Necromancer coming up right here. But the fun thing is, there's a trade-off here. Battlesmith, they're restricted, but they can do it with bigger weapons. The Necromancer has a bigger variety, but they can't do it with as big of weapons, which I think is a fun little exchange there. Okay. Bonus to your wisdom, bonus equal to your wisdom modifier on certain checks. What do clerics get? Yeah, they get a bonus to 2 specific checks equal to their wisdom modifier. So they get a bonus to Arcana, and they get a bonus. Here's the deal. They really want, D&D really wants its cleric to be a pseudo blaster. They would like to basically build the game around a 3-class meta of only being fighter, rogue, wizard. Like, that's what they're aiming for. This third option should be a magician of some type. Typically, they're going to say like a mage. So you want a fighter. See, the kind of meta is expert, warrior, mage, right? So this mage pick has always in D&D kind of had two roles dominating this slot here, and it's typically always been wizard or priest, right? Now, if you give people the option, what do you want to play, a wizard or a cleric? Unfortunately, 4 out of 5 people are going to say, I want to play a wizard. So the idea has been to try and give cleric a bit more of the wizard oomph in order to make it to where they don't completely lose out on heals. Over time, this has kind of turned healing into a thing that people just kind of don't really want to do, quote unquote. And people say that like healing is just bad in a TTRPG. If you're not dealing damage, like damage is always worse than healing, and yada yada yada. Whatever your case is on that, for me at least, I can recognize the fact that they're trying to make the healer into a bit more of a theurge, to where you can do the healing and the blasting, but like you really do like to heal. So like you're like 75% heal, 25% blasting. They're trying to make cleric feel more and more relevant. They tried this originally by giving you like weapons that you can use, and they made it a bit of a beefy warrior, and this has made people go like, well, isn't cleric and paladin just basically the same thing? So now they're also trying to give it more spellcasting potential, and they're about to make cleric into a class that can just do everything, and it kind of already is. Cleric should be area of effect masters, heals, and debuffs. I mean, there are decent supports. Here we go. I'm trying to see what the weather is even going to be like for the next couple days. Wizard should be more single target and only a little AoE. I'm fine with what Wizard is at the moment. Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god, we're finally getting rain here. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with Wizard getting its litany of spells and everything. Like that's been its identity for a while. Spell Striker as an identity, I think is something that makes a lot more sense as like sorcerer, or in Vagabond, that's like the witch's role. So, you know, but yeah, I don't mind Wizard being more of a big breadth of magic or anything like that. It's just whenever they're trying to make every class, every caster essentially a wizard, it's, yeah. One extra cantrip from the Artificer spell list. How about... And... You know, one extra cantrip from the Artificer spell list and gain proficiency with an artisan's tool. So they get another one that they can make. Like... What else were they given? Why is that a Necromancer? I don't know. I guess I threw a name out there real quick. I don't know. Let me see here. Okay, extra attack is what we're doing for Battlesmith. Arcane Firearm. You can use your Arcane Firearm as a spellcasting focus for your Artificer spells. When you cast... Okay, an additional D8 of damage. And then extra attack over here, right? Yeah. Okay. Extra attack. Long rest. So the strength of this is just you get an extra D8. Maybe they get an extra first level slot on a short rest or something more caster like. That's already so good. The cleric doesn't deal damage. My spiritual weapon begs to differ, at least on Pathfinder it does. Call the cantrip piece your artillerist since you're already using battlesmith. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, whatever. Wait, is this a thing? They didn't get rid of this designation, right? So they got rid of melee and ranged as a designation for weapon proficiency. Am I getting this right? So like you can't get proficiency with martial ranged weapons. You're getting proficiency with martial weapons, or they did. I mean, that's what it looks like. Like, I don't see it as any difference in the rulebook. Because, like, I just like the Barbarian. They get simple and martial weapons. So, like, they have crossbow proficiency. You don't think they did? I mean, like, if you're a Barbarian, you're getting... See, I thought that would have been a total win here. Now you say the artillerist gets proficiency with, like, they get a cantrip and they get proficiency with ranged martial weapons. 213? Oh, hey, what up, Jack? Martial weapons that have the finesse or light property, but otherwise I think you're right. How weird. So you gain proficiency with martial weapons. Wait. Writing some for 2024 rules while learning all the weird trade dress changes has been interesting. Yeah, dude, no joke. They still say range to melee? Ooh, there is still the differentiation on 215. That is right. But that is not written anywhere in a class feature training. This is super odd, I know, but like, I'm trying to see what's going on with this. How about, look, here's with, would it be more interesting to have artisan's tools? Wait, Melee ranged. Martial ranged. Some of the changes are really great. Some of them are just strange. Yeah. This is what I was saying. It's like, ultimately, because this is not from the pen of Mike Merles, a lot of this is coming off as just like people's like homebrew rules that they slap together to make this thing work. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, they are changes, but I don't know at the end of the day that they're always like incredible ones. Or nor do I think that they're always intuitive. In addition, you can use intelligence for your attack and damage rolls with weapons instead of strength or dexterity. But like, damn. I don't think that this is interesting, actually. This one wants to be the blaster one, so let's keep it the blaster. In addition, you can add... okay. Let me think. Guns are only martial weapons now? Oh! Let the battlesmith be ranged, nothing lost? Well, but like, it's not an artillerist. That's the thing I was kind of looking at, right? So, like, I guess we can say you can get another one of these later, maybe? I don't know, I've never been a huge fan of that. There's been... It's been really interesting, like... In the last, like, okay, so whenever I didn't think that many people, I didn't think the reach of letting more people know that I made the PDF for the Basic Heroes Handbook for free, I didn't think that that was going to have as big of a reach apparently as it has, because like in the last 24 hours, ever since I made the video, there have been like over, like, I think it's been over 300 different downloads of the Basic Heroes Handbook. I am like blown away with that. Their artillerist is a caster that can flavor their spells with gunshots. Yeah, I mean, I know that they can flavor it, but like, I think the artillerist also... That's right, because it was it's a sentry turret kind of a thing. Oh, because it's not a... That's right. You're not a gunslinger right here. You're not a gunslinger until over here. Damn. Yeah, people like free stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I for sure. It's just been like... I'm trying to think of how to put it. I'm happy. I'm very happy, for sure. The thing is, I'd love to start trying to get it converted over into making zine stuff. That's the only thing I'm really worried about, is like, we just don't really get the full support to make that happen. But I mean, even if we just like fulfill the orders that have already come through for the stuff, it's only like $50 out of pocket. But yeah, it's still, ugh. If the subclasses are getting rolled into next, what's going on with subclasses? I'm glad you asked. I've never really liked the way that subclasses were conveyed in were really conveyed with the Artificer. The thing that I'm trying to get away from is the idea that Artificer subclasses are supposed to be you're good at making one of these magic items. I've never been a fan of that. Wait, we got Arcane Empowerment moved away. I need to figure out what's going to go over there. That's right. We were looking at something that could potentially replace. Okay, I've done this once before. I don't know that everybody's going to love this. Hang on, let me zoom in. Sorry, I'm. Hang on. You can use a bonus action to utilize action, or take the magic action to use the magic item that requires that action. Okay. So what this means now you can only hang on. This second action you can only take the I think that's how we like it. This means that you can make an attack and then take the utilize action that you've already been able to use once. So you get more use an item, or more use a magic item. However, I don't know, what's the thought here? If you make a spell attack, you can make a weapon attack immediately after. Kind of thinking, because like if we just give them the bard, like if we give them the Valor Bard thing, it's just like, okay, we get it, that's been here. But like whenever I originally wrote this on the merchant, this is the thing that made people go like, oh shit, who's this Taron guy? Can I use my wand of fireballs twice? Now you're thinking with your noggin. I think the only restriction on that would only be if the wand of fireball is only allowed once per turn. And not only would you be able to do that, what? That was just straight up the Dark Souls. Okay. Yeah, not only can you do that, I'm giving you the ability right here at L9 to use it better. Boop. All right, Jack, you tell me, what do you think of the L13? Because I personally fucking love that. But yeah, I'm down to hear your thoughts. That to me is the thing that screams like you're a creative mage. Because like I've also thought about giving them creation in some way, but you know, perfect. The thing for me is like at L13, that feels crazy disruptive. You would give it cast once for free per long rest. This is very good. Like, it's already really good. It needs to limit the number of fabrications. I mean, they've only... it kind of is limited. It's going to cause problems, though. That's because fabricate is weird and unintuitive. That's the thing that I'm thinking. Like, it's already limited by the fact that they have one spell slot to do that with. Now, it eventually becomes 2, and then 3, right? And then eventually they're able to do it 5 times. They don't need a freebie. This is already so good once per day. And at 2 levels, they'll get it twice. But the only thing that has me worried is it's the only thing they wind up doing with this spell slot, right? Maybe druid style fabrication, something they've seen. That never really restricts it. It's always like people are always like, well, of course I've seen an electric toothbrush. You know, of course I've seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Otherwise, what fantasy world are we living in? I wish there was some way to get it all down to one page. It could, actually. The thing is, if this were actually on 8.5 by 11, I bet you this Artificer class would fit on one page. Oh no, it's broken, Taron? How's it? What do you mean? This? What's the fabricate spell? I will read you this description. Fabricate is very fun. This is basically like a free license to make rando shit. You can't create armor, but there's nothing saying you can't destroy. Hang on. Ugh. Wait, but there's nothing saying you can't destroy? But there's nothing saying you can't. That's turd sick. God, Treant Monk, you fucking genius. That is such a great acronym. Wording looks to be the same, but ignoring Fabricate's regular issues, it seems pretty reasonable. So, Fabricate. You convert raw materials into products of the same material. For example, you can fabricate a wooden bridge from a clump of trees, a rope from a patch of hemp, or clothes from flax or wool. Choose raw materials that you can see within range. You can fabricate a larger, smaller object contained within a 10-foot cube or 8 connected 5-foot cubes, given a sufficient quantity of material. If you're working with metal, stone, or another mineral substance, however, the fabricated object can be no larger than medium, contained within a 5-foot cube. The quality of any fabricated objects is based on the quality of the raw materials. Creatures and magic items can't be created by this spell. You also can't use it to create items that require a high degree of skill, such as weapons and armor, unless you have proficiency with the type of artisan's tools used to craft such objects. Because of the reason I included this was because of the artisan's tools little fun shit at the end. That's, yeah. Ugh. Okay, but like armor isn't objects that specific beats general. Right there. So the hierarchy of how we interpret rules really matters for 5e. And in 5e, they've made specific mention of rule hierarchy being specific beats general. So whenever I do, like, let's say this. The attack action says I can make one attack with a weapon, right? Okay. So the attack action says that, but the extra attack feature says I can make 2 attacks with my attack action rather than 1. That feature specifically states it overrides a general rule. So this is one of the ways that we give you class features. Yeah, it's a new way to integrate those new crafting rules. Yeah, it's cute. Oh, it's one of those DM spells only the DM should have? What, Fabricate? No, man, Fabricate's sick. I love Fabricate, as this is an invitation to get creative up here. I love this one. Raw materials also implies that you can't destroy pre-existing materials to create new stuff. Correct. Fabricate wall, fabricate pit, fabricate fireball. You can't... How... Wait. How out of that, how out of what I read did you get fabricate fireball? You would have to take old items, process them down to materials first, and then use it for the spell. Yep. Yeah, I don't think there should be any problems even with casting once per turn. Yeah, this is the thing, is that Fabricate, typically, it's a 10-minute casting time. Yes. Just double checking on that. Fabricate is a 10-minute casting time. Yeah, it's surprisingly tough to use, but when it comes up, it's quite good. I'll tell you right now, I'm going to show you one of the other ways I'm going to make it even better. There you go. There's your once for free. That's more than once for free. I think that this as a ritual is fucking sick. Because nobody else can cast it as a ritual. That is so fucking good. That is actually the kind of thing that I'm looking at that and thinking, why the fuck does Artificer not have that? In addition, like, one of the other things that always blows me away, I could not figure out why, out of all spells, Artificer did not get locate object originally. Or somebody else pointed this out the other day. They don't have knock. I put that on a subclass list, but it's like, what? Why is that not on there? I may or may not be hastily scribbling this into my home game artificer document. Yeah. It should only be a ritual. I like it as an action. If you want to spin the spell slot to expedite it, yeah, totally. Across the board. How did a wizard player make an armored war wagon? Craziest ride ever. That's sick. Like, yeah, I love that. Yeah, like, here's the deal. Like, I love whenever D&D can make that kind of like crazy shit happen. That's whenever I think that the magic of 5e really comes through, right? Otherwise, I think that 5e is a completely bogged down system. And I think that you can still get across those like fun, crazy ideas in a lot more condensed of a package. By level 13, it won't really be breaking anything, really just providing more utility. Here's my deal. You want this so bad as an artificer that, like, you want it so bad as an artificer that this should be given to you whenever you get that 14th level spell. Like, whenever you get that 14th level spell slot, this is so indicative of what it means to be an artificer that I think that it should not only just be given to you, but you shouldn't need to fight with your other features or your other spells in order to use it the way that an artificer is meant to use it. What's the craziest thing that we can do at level 13 with that? Build a fucking wall. I mean, in all reality, you're not, you are most likely not going to be dungeon crawling this late. Like, you will be, but it's not going to be the kind of thing that is suddenly like, oh man, what's going to really save our asses right here? Well, suddenly there's a pile of timber that you didn't see over here, and this army of orcs doesn't have axes. It's not, yeah, it's baby wish. Yep, it is baby wish. I love it. I love it. Being able to cast it as a ritual is so good. All right. So subclasses. So my deal was with the Artificer. Originally, here, I should probably just write this down. Okay, to people who want to know why I'm doing subclasses for Artificer this way, here you go. The reason subclasses because this Artificer subclasses are not based around what items are around an item that Artificer can make. Around a single item. There we go. Fabricate pit trap. I don't think you understand how that spell's supposed to be used. I read a couple of the suggestions and I'm like, I don't think you listened to the spell description. A single item they can make. There we go. By the way, Fabricate Pit Trap already existed as a cantrip. It's called Mold Earth. You said weapons are not raw materials, or are they? According to the spell, they are not. It does make specific mention of certain things that are not raw materials. Now, for me, the cool thing is to do the Full Metal Alchemist thing and say, you can do this already. Because that's the way that they want it to work. I would allow it. I would just allow it, but according to the spell, I don't believe that's the intent. The reason subclasses have been scrapped from the 5e version is because this Artificer subclasses are not based around a single item they can make. Instead, the subclasses are intended to enhance multiple playstyles and I guess skill sets might be the right word. Multiple playstyles, roleplay dynamics, exploration, roles, and skills. Yeah, I guess that's skill sets. And yeah, here we go. And exploration skill sets for the Artificer. We'll just say this. Okay. Does that make sense? Maybe that's why I'm worried about it. Heavy chandelier. I'm going to tell you this as somebody who has studied the fuck out of this system, as somebody who has spent 7+ years making content for D&D 5e. I've seen multiple castings of Fabricate. Nothing I have written so far makes me genuinely worried about how anybody would utilize that spell. And if a creative player comes along and does something that I'm like, holy shit, that's insane, I'm going to be like, cool, do it. That's what it's there for, is for you to do insane shit with it. Not to break stuff, but breaking something is like, something is non-operational. I think way too many people vastly overestimate what breaking something means to a TTRPG. Okay. So, you gain proficiency with history and scribes tools. In addition, the time required for you to craft spell scrolls is halved, and you can take the study action as a bonus action. Okay. Archivist spells. That's right. I was trying to get... Okay. Somebody in chat, can you remind me, scribes tools, are they still a thing? Or, like, scrivener's tools? I forgot. No. Calligrapher supplies. Okay. Prescribing stuff, yeah. Calligrapher supplies. Spell scrolls, there we go. Funny that painter supplies can't do spell scrolls, but they can do a holy symbol? You have proficiency with history and calligrapher supplies. Okay. Yep. Alright, cool. Can somebody in chat remind me? I think that they were attempting to make Wizard some spells that allowed them to more easily craft spell scrolls and stuff. Did those make it into the game? I don't remember on my initial read-through if they ever did. Yeah, just cartographers. Yeah, I had it wrong. Order of Scribes. No, this was, they didn't. Okay. Yeah, so at one point, they made a wizard that was absurd. They made a wizard. Where the hell was this? The Wizard Revisited? Yeah, I think this is it. No, that's not it. October 3rd, 2023? Was this that long ago? Warlock and Wizard now. Onomancy, that's not that. Dude, where was this? This was like... Yeah, that was their idea, was to change the scroll scribing mechanic, yeah. They should have kept create spell. The thing was, people had already figured out how the fuck to bust that in half. This would have been... Okay, so it was a year ago. Yeah, people like the ideas. And by the way, whenever I'm like, it would have busted something in half, I'm like, no, if I say that like we had a problem with something, I'm telling you there was something that actually would have broken D&D in half. Like it would have made the game unplayable. I don't use that lightly as just a thing that's like strong or whatever. Yeah, I'm not doing hyperbole. I'm saying we figured out something that meant they could not put it in the game. You agree it should have been remade and shipped, not scrapped? They had the ideas, but like, god damn it, why can I not find this? Oh yeah, I forgot they did the like invention wizard. It's not modern magic. Oh my god, what Unearthed Arcana was this? As someone who's had create spell in their home game for about a year now, I can't confirm it's completely broken, namely modify spell. Let me see here. Can only modify arcane spells. Oh yeah, they were still doing the like spell list thing. So it was Unearthed Arcana 7. Signature spells. Arcane Aegis. Abjurer. Okay, I'm just not finding it. I guess they removed the Unearthed Arcana. Unless this is it. Barbarian. Okay, wait. Ziba Shu had a great video on Fabricate. It can be used as the Disintegrate spell. I don't know how the interpretation there might be working, but like I don't really know how. Yeah, I look, I love Zebashu. I think he's very, very entertaining. But I think there's also times where like I just don't really trust his read on the rules. And especially depending on the date of it, there could have been some things that changed as well. I've seen a lot of people that make content around like how a spell did work at their table one time and why they feel like that's super busted. And then it was like, wait, but it wasn't supposed to work that way, you know? And it's yeah. And like people do this all the time. I made videos that are like that. Like literally, I think even the duration, like the fact that it has a casting time of 10 minutes means that I don't really understand how it's supposed to work as per Disintegrate. Unless he was doing it to where it was like, it literally ate the materials that it was originally made out of. It like, maybe it's something like that. Okay, memorize spell, scholar, you gotta... That's right, yeah. They were also thinking about making Wizard a bit of an expert. Which, like, come to think of it, I just realized this Artificer isn't either, and they definitely should be. Infuse. Choose one of the following skills. Oh wait, shit. Tools, saves, weapons. Oh shit, where did their skill proficiencies go? Did they have that on the Artificer? Shit, I was copy pasting stuff so much I didn't really skills. Yeah, choose two. Okay, I don't know how I messed that up. Arcana, investigation, medicine, nature, perception. Broken sword is still a sword. What? Damn. I selt it back into an ingot and off you go. Yeah. I'm not really sure what the vague definition of raw material. I would say just common sense of it being like, okay, so this is raw metal, not a worked piece of metal. It's not really like vague, it's intentionally open. This has been the way that they've done negotiations for things like crafting ever since 5e was originally released. Yeah, stuff that hasn't already been crafted into something else. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's doing it's not that it's doing a misinterpretation, it's that it's starting to do a bad faith interpretation. Duration entire campaign. Wait, what? Yeah, eating wood from a house. Yeah, that's not how the spell works. That's the thing, is like often I hear about these examples where someone are like, this is how this spell is absolutely busted. And I'm like, but how? What was the interpretation? Oh, okay. Well, it's not written to work that way. And it's fine that you allowed it to, but like, it's not written to work that way. Sometimes we run into here's the thing. It's not that it has to always be hard to find these things. Sometimes we have just had spells that were just broken. We have had spells that were just non-functional, doing things that we didn't expect them to do, or whatever. Find traps, dude. Find traps, being able to, like, quote unquote, find you a legal trap in a document was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I love that one so much. Yeah, the second you're starting to have a philosophical debate about the concept of an object, you're too deep in the weeds. Yeah, anytime it gets to that point, I'm just kind of like, okay, so I'm gonna assume that, like, if it required that much interpretation for this thing to actually work as the way that you said it was busted, I'm gonna just say, hey, you probably have the misinterpretation. I can just assume that, and 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna be right. And it's not like a dickbag thing. It's just a, like, if you're looking that hard into it, you're probably looking too hard into it, you know. Okay. Cool. I like what we have going on with the layout right now. This this needs a change. We're gonna get this fixed. God, I'd love to have that all on the same page. And we'll get that figured out. Okay. Gonna go back up to this top one and see where that one went. Okay, cool. All right. So, giving you a save proficiency at L11 is good. Some of these are so situational, though, that we'd have to add something better out of the situation. Gonna head out on lunch calls. Hey, later on, Jack. Have a good day, man. Or night. I don't know what time it is over there for you. I agree, but it can be fun. I mean, sure, but if you're trying... Here's the problem, though. If you're trying to, like, do that and say that that's why it's busted in a discussion that we're having about, like, writing a thing and designing a thing, it's not really helpful, right? It's funny to be like, oh, ha, 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 like, here's how this could work, right? But whenever we're really, like, talking about making a thing, it's not, like, it doesn't really add to the, you know? We just can't really take that seriously. And that's, you know, that's when that gets to be more of a burden than anything else, you know? How's it going, Jins? Whitecaster to increase spell versatility. Saboteur. I just had like a debuffer identity. Debuffer, disarming traps and such. I'm gonna see what time is it. Jeez, it's almost 7 o'clock. Okay. All right, so we got some interesting stuff figured out on that. So you're doing the Artificer again? Yeah, we're trying to knock this out. Although I'm really happy with where it's sitting right now. Okay. We have utilize. Yes. Okay. We don't even need to give them a capstone because infuse gets to be L3, and that's like cool. There's a big showpiece there. And if the pushback against that is anything other than like that's just not good enough of a capstone, then it's just not great pushback. If the idea is that like they need something flashy as an L or as like a 20th level capstone in order for it to be a capstone, this is insanely good. You have an at will 3rd level spell once every 10 minutes. That is absurdly fucking strong. Yeah, you're getting the enhanced magic device artisan. To fabricate that you get as a ritual and you can cast as an action. Yeah. What are we calling this? The alternate Artificer? Yeah, I just knew from looking at their version of it, I was like, something better can be done with this. All right, sweet. Okay. So I've been on for 4 hours, and one of the things I'm getting recommended to do is not stream for longer than 4 hours at a time. Because I know that was definitely hurting my goddamn back. So what I'm gonna do, I'm actually gonna sign off here. I appreciate you all for joining me and everything. And with that, Artificer. All right. With that, let me see here. Yada. Is there anybody even on right now? I stream. Yeah, I like doing these at night too. It's just calm. Yeah. Merry Christmas, everyone. I'll be back around 2. We have some stuff planned because No Nat and Crow both want to do Pilgrim, so we're probably going to get together with No Nat and do that. I think. Let me see here. Try again. Yeah, I think pretty much everybody's like asleep. I don't know if anybody I can kick you all over to. So, search videos from other. Yeah, no one's streaming right now. Oh well, okay. You guys are going to Lo-Fi Girl. All right, everybody. Have a good night. I will catch you all very, very soon. All the happy, merry, everything. Hey. Hey, thank you.